Hi, good morning, everyone. Today is June 27, 2018. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Deputy Commissioner Licensing Held, myself, Secretary Donahue, and sitting in for Council Riano is Associate Counsel Morsico. Some housekeeping matters. The next meetings of the authority will be on July 11th, July 25th, then there's a 3-week break until August 16th. That's a Thursday. As your item is called, please approach the podium, speak into the microphone so we can get it on the recording. We're going to call items first, for the most part, in Buffalo, then Albany, and then in New York City. Just some other reminders. Starting maybe today, but going forward, at the chairman's discretion, about 2 to 3 hours into the meeting, we're going to have a 20 to 30-minute break going forward. Also, a reminder that if you're submitting supplemental information on a matter that's going on the calendar, the deadline is 2 p.m. on the Friday before the meeting. And if you're wondering what was submitted by Friday at 2 p.m., there is an email address, boardinfo@sla.ny.gov, where you can, up until the day before the meeting, send an email to get anything that was submitted, to the Secretary's office in respect to an application that's before the board. Right? You don't have to come up here or call us. You can just send it to that email address, and they should get back to you promptly. All right, with that, Chairman, do you have any other matters?
Sure. Yes, I have two announcements. One, I think most of you are probably aware that a new commissioner has been appointed and confirmed by the Senate. Her name is Lily Fan. She's a resident of New York City and quite accomplished, former member a member of Community Board 4, and she is an attorney who lives here in Manhattan. She's not here today, as you can obviously see, but she will be at the next meeting, and I want to congratulate her, and we welcome her aboard, and we're looking forward to working with her. The second thing I wanted to bring up is I've been getting a lot of contact, and I know Deputy Commissioner Held has been getting a lot of contact regarding applications that have been submitted, and people are getting a little impatient with the time it's taking to hear from our agency. Right now, we have an enormous influx of applications. Generally, we get about 100 a month. Right now, we're getting about 165 to 170 a month.
A week.
I'm sorry, a week. And so that's one problem we're having, is we're getting an enormous amount of work, which we usually do this time of year. And the other problem is we had some staff departures in the licensing area, which is causing a bit of slowdown because we have to bring new staff in and train them. So I just ask that you be patient. There is a little bit of a backlog right now, which I don't think the industry is used to, given the past history here, and we're not used to it either. So we're going to try to get that cleared up as quickly as possible, but I just ask that you do show some patience. And then for those of you who are submitting applications, I just ask that you take a second look at them before you submit them, because the quality of them is also affecting how quickly they get approved. So that's it. And that was at the request of Deputy Commissioner Held that announced it.
All right, then we're going to go to Buffalo first. The first time is 1345, Garrison's Property Group, LLC.
State your name for the record, please.
Christopher Sorensen.
You good with this?
This was
So this is a reconsideration of a disapproval of your ballpark license?
correct.
You're good with this?
I'm good with this, yes.
Couldn't really find out what took so long to comply. That was.
Do
one
we
of the
care
concerns.
now that he
Well, I
has
mean,
complied?
But it's been a year. Okay.
All right, so what took so long to get us the documents we needed?
The main thing was the contract that had to be revised between myself and the actual ballpark team. They were not agreeing to not getting their percentage of beer profits. After I've explained to them numerous times that due to the liquor laws, they cannot get a percentage of those sales, they finally in May sent me a new contract that we resubmitted.
Okay, I'll send this back for, to the licensing board for further review.
Got it.
Same here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, also in Buffalo, 1265, Cellar Dior, Inc.
Hi. Olivia Shea.
Are there any objectors there?
There's no opposition present.
So you want to go from a wine store to a liquor store? Why?
Because we have a lot of people that come into our shop asking for New York State liquors and spirits every day. We turn them away. We are pedestrian commons. We have to tell them to get in their car that they've parked in a parking lot and drive to get New York State spirits. The store that's closest to us does not sell the stuff that we will be selling. And we are very big supporters of small production, family-owned businesses.
So you're saying the store that is a block away
Yes.
doesn't sell any of the stuff you're selling?
No.
What do they sell? They're only 100 square feet?
Well, what we've heard from our customers is that they sell the pretty basic, mass-produced liquors. We will be supporting those New York State brands that you can't find in their store, as far as we know.
Yeah, but you're going to be able to find the other stuff in your store as well, or no?
We won't be selling that. We will only be selling small production, New York State.
How long have you been open?
I think we're on, this is year 5.
What percentage of New York wines do you carry now?
Well, our sales for New York wines and ciders is about 25%.
Okay. All right, well, you have support from the city as well as, you submitted some signatures. They're kind of useless, though, because all they are is signatures. You didn't put any address or anything of the people who signed. But the mayor supports,
as well as the Downtown Ithaca Alliance. So,
and since I don't see any objections, I'll vote to approve.
I'm pretty familiar with Ithaca, and that is a walking area, as you said. The closest store is a couple blocks away, but their sales are declining, but the next closest store is rising. They're on the Route 13 corridor, though. And as the chairman said, you do have the support of Mayor Myrick and, as I said, Downtown Ithaca Alliance. So I think there's a public convenience and advantage to be served, so I will vote to approve as well. Good luck.
Thank you. All done, thanks.
Now, the next item, also in Buffalo, 1291, Captain Smith Holdings, Inc.
Good morning, Christopher Pinozzo. I'm the attorney for Captain Smith Holdings, Inc. I also have Christopher Smith as well as John Murphy, who's also here today.
And you want us to combine the $10,000 fine with the other case that we haven't fined you on yet?
That's correct, and we would ask that the board consider a $10,000 fine. Fine any bigger would be quite a large hardship on the licensee.
That's kind of the point of fines.
No, I understand. I believe it would lead to their, possibly lead to their closing.
Chairman, we also have that 1304, which is the second item. The same.
Oh, but yeah, call them both, yeah. This is both for this place?
Right, so they get 1291, and then 1304 is the second matter that's on the calendar.
All right, I'll accept 10,000 for both cases.
I'll accept that as well.
I mean, I know you fired the person that wouldn't let the police in, but
Yes.
I question why that person thought it was okay to tell the police they couldn't come in the first place.
It is completely unacceptable in my eyes, and there was a complete turnover in the staff. All of the staff is fully aware to be compliant with all of the SLA rules, and this will never happen again.
Let's hope not. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Michelle, I have nothing else in Buffalo?
There's no other items in Buffalo.
Okay, we're going to move to Albany then. And the first matter, and it's actually a matter we have people in Albany and in New York City, is 1273 Northern Liquor Store, Inc. All right, we have I think the applicants and the interpreter are here.
And who's in Albany?
We have the Mandarin interpreter. Why don't you come on up? So we have the representative in Albany, we have the applicant and the interpreter here in New York.
Hi.
Can you put your name on the record?
我名字康丽正，
My name is Courtney Chen.
Okay. And who's in Albany?
我的律师
My name's
Go ahead.
Laura Louis.
And are you protesting?
No,
Representative.
just applying for a new application.
代表
So who's who here? Is she the applicant and you're the representative?
I'm the representative.
他是代
You
表
couldn't get in a car and come down here with your client?
Too far away.
Really?
Yes.
他
You
说
must be very busy.
可以来
Yes, I am.
他是你的代表律师。
All right, well, go ahead.
继续。
No, I might as well let the representative talk. She's the one getting paid.
My name's Laura Louis, and I'm representing Northern Liquor Store, Inc. They are starting a new application for that, for 92 Northern
92
Borough.
表格。
And why should we allow this, or why should we approve this liquor store here when there's 4 liquor stores within a mile, and the closest one is a block away?
店呢在附近，然后为什么他们要批准这个那个店在开？
Well, Connie think that there's a market in the area,
因为
and
这
they
这
just
边
want to
那边有市场，
place. And they were thinking to run a business over
他
there.
们说要在那边。
Who's they?
他们是谁？
Connie, their family.
我的家
Does her family own any other liquor stores?
是不是？
No,
Do you have any relatives that own liquor stores?
有没有什么亲戚是开那个酒的
有，
？Yes，
Who?
谁呀？
就是我的朋友叫我的
My
家
friend
他是我的管理人，就
He is my manager.
郑叶和他
郑叶和 That's the name.
Where is the store?
在哪里呀
Astoria，
？Astoria.
And he's a friend or a relative?
他是你的亲戚还是你的朋友
朋友
？Friend.
And you're the manager of his store?
你是那个店主吗
对我是建筑，
？Yes, I'm the manager of the store.
So you're both working in both stores?
你们2个人都在那边工作吗
他是在那边，我没有。
He is there and I'm not.
但是这个人会过来帮我 manager 这边。
But that person, he will come over here and then to help me through.
Is he here today?
他在这儿的。
他今天没得过来。
Today he's not here.
And does she own this building?
你是不是拥有那个物业
对。
？Yes, yes.
Someone applied at this building 2 years ago. Does she know who that person is?
有人在那申请，在2年之前申请，你知道是谁吗
不知道。
？I don't know.
You don't remember that happening?
你不知道是什么
哦
发，生什么
那个
事情
是我，
So that is
那是我亲戚。
my relative.
我妈妈。
My mom.
So why, I mean, we just rejected an application 2 years ago.
她在2年之前在拒绝那个申请哦。
What's changed?
那有什么改变？
你们当初拒绝的是因为她是
So at the
太
first
老了。
place, you declined because she is too old.
I don't think that happened.
她不觉得这个是原因哦。
但你们给我的信是那样子。
I said some dumb things up here, but I guarantee I didn't say that.
But if you read the letter, it's like that. 他说有时候他们是说笨的事情，但是不是这个事情，不是拒绝的原因。
We disapproved based on the fact that the applicant had no experience whatsoever
他说你
and was
申请
not
人没
hiring
有
a manager.
任何的经验。
All right.
That wasn't too easy.
What's she going to do differently than the stores that are close to her? She has a lot of stores very nearby.
他有很多不同的那个店在附近。那你现在在开店有什么不同的地方啊？
就离我们最近的是在
So the
400，
closest one is like
然后它是对面很大一条街，对面就
just
大
like
约
very very far away street.
就是它的路很宽嘛。
It's a block.
So yeah, 是一条街吗？
It's not even a block.
不是一条街，就是车路那个是很宽，然后车很急。我觉得我开的店是不。
Ma'am, could you stop moving your papers? I'm trying to hear your client.
You're on the microphone. Your papers are on
I'm
the.
sorry.
Go ahead, I missed everything you said.
I'm sorry.
Okay, let me repeat that part. So what you said is like the road is very broad, and then there's the car, and
然后我觉得我将来的客人不会是他那一个
my
面。
future customer, it won't be go to that place.
Could you hold on for a second? Ms. Louie, stop moving the papers.
Okay. I didn't realize it's moving the paper to reflect that. Okay, sorry.
叫他停止那个。
Okay.
All right.
And to answer, or can she go back to my question, which is what is she doing differently than these other stores are doing?
再回答一次，那你在将来有什么特别？跟之前有什么特别？
因为我们在附近也考察了一下，
Because I just investigate like the neighborhood.
因为对面这个路 Norton Boulevard 这个路
Because
很宽，大
the
约
road is very broad.
6尺，人走
Around
过
like
去
6
很难
feet.
了。
Like if it's like the people walk through there, it's like very difficult.
然后我的生意
So I
我
think
觉
my
得
business, I think
我将来的生意不
my
会做到
future
对面，
business
我是坐在
it
我
won't
们
like-
后面的那个这群住家。
the business it won't affect the neighbor. Our business it will be at the back.
Okay, back to my original question.
再问你一次，
What are you doing differently than the other stores?
你这个生意跟另外一家有什么不同？
能不能让我律师回答一下？
Can I let my attorney to answer that question?
Can she?
他可以吗
Sure, go ahead. Can you?
Okay, well, what was the question again? I'm sorry.
I'm ready to vote on this.
No, we're not ready to vote on it yet.
他
But
说，那律师在说，
are you aware we opened the closest store less than a year ago? I'm sorry, a little over a year ago.
那你之前在
The second closest store, it's 0.3 miles away.
1.3米，
I don't think well, they didn't open the one that was on 92.
On the one on Northern Boulevard,
Northern Brook
which is where this one is located,
在这
it's
边
at 254 Northern Boulevard. The other store we just opened in February of 2017.
在2017年2月开的，
It's 0.3 miles away.
是1.3公尺。
Yeah, but I think they said they gonna, I guess they do, it's gonna be a brand new store. It will
他说新的几间
make，the outlooks better
他会
for
说
the
另
compared to
一
the
个
other.
环
I
境。
never been the other one.
So why does this area need another one if we just put one there? That's a question I seem to keep asking, I can't get an answer.
要就开一间，我一直在问这个问题，你问。
I'm asking you, ma'am.
Well, I think they were saying that there's a lot of businesses around the area, so
那边有不同的
it's-
生意，
when they open one, it will be
当那个店开
not affecting the other people.
Okay, we can vote now.
All right.
生意。
Just, Chairman, just so you can see, that's the closest one, and she's right there.
Okay.
So, that was interesting.
它很有
But
很有趣
I'm looking at
但
the
是
the third closest store didn't report gross sales. The second one, which we just discussed, was opened back in, was issued back in February 2017, about a year and a half ago.
大概一年半之前，
The closest one,
那最附近的一间
which you can just about see from this new location,
就直接可以看
has declining sales. So for that reason alone, it's another, this store right here where you're proposing it is virtually right on top of an existing store, so I'm going to vote to deny.
两间都在附
I'm
近
going to vote to deny as well. We denied a store at this location 2 years ago. We put another store in. The first denial was for cause. We put another store in February of 2017, and as Commissioner Ford pointed out, the other one is almost directly across the street, which is 0.1 miles away with declining sales. So I don't see any public convenience and advantage, so I'm going to deny.
公众来说太近了，所以他拒绝。
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next item, also in Albany, 1346, First Capital Mart, Inc.
Thirteen.
1346.
Good morning. I'm Murray Kaplan. This is Faisal Saif. He is the principal, and his brother Amjad Saif is an employee.
Not a good start by your client.
Can I ask,
That's right, Your Honor.
Chairman?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
What's your relationship with the prior licensee?
The person that owned the store before you.
What's his name?
Yes.
Shah Abdullah.
Okay. And I did speak to them about that.
I didn't hear the
Can I-
answer.
Yeah.
What was the
Can I
answer?
answer the question?
Yeah.
Or do you want the applicant to?
Well, you can answer it. I didn't hear his answer, though, but go ahead.
Yes, he just said the name of the person, that was all, sir. And so the answer is that it's Salim Abdallah who sold the business to him. His brother owns Cedar Deli, which is located in the same city. Salim's brother, the one that sold to him, owns another deli, and that's where Faisal worked and Faisal's father. And they heard that the brother was selling a deli. Faisal's father loaned him $5,000 to take over the new deli, and they're paying monthly for everything. So the person that sold is the brother of the person that owns the deli, also in Kingston, called Cedar, that they worked at.
Where is that, on Cedar Street?
Answer them.
Yes, in Cedar.
What, was that what you thought?
No, it's fine.
All right. So you guys can prosecute this, Margarita, if we reconsider this?
Yes. Have you been fingerprinted yet? Did you get that done?
Did they take your fingerprints yet?
Where?
Yes. And did they take your fingerprints?
Yes.
You went for
Did.
fingerprinting? They say yes. He
Okay.
says yes.
All right, I'll send it back to the licensing board for further approval. I live in Kingston, so this is probably not the best practice to continue selling to minors. Because I actually hear about it personally when this stuff goes on. So I would recommend you don't do that again. But
They certainly
we're
are
going to
going
make
to
sure
take
we
steps.
prosecute the sale, Margarita?
Yes.
All right.
I'll send it back as well.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
And Jackie, that require a scanner on the approval of that.
Yes, that's going to indicate what the problem was, is that the prior place had multiple sale to minors.
That he was
That's-
at?
I couldn't tie a relationship with him to the.
Has he ever been arrested for sale to minors?
His name was not on that.
Have you ever been arrested for sale to minors? No, he has not. and he did buy the scanner and the cash register that will not allow a sale until an ID is checked. I
Well,
did send
there's even better scanners out there, and I would recommend you get one of those.
That's what we did.
who would
that
you
is-
contact to find out what would be the best?
Well, you can see on the internet, there's a couple out there that are basically they're internet-based, and they can identify fake IDs, pretty much anything that is put into them. They know all the licenses in the country, and they can identify whether they're fake or not. So if you look on the internet, they're pretty well advertised.
Thank you.
It's a lot cheaper than fines or losing your license the next time.
So this will be sent back to licensing to finish with the review, but if it's approvable, that will be a condition.
Yes.
ATAP training also?
Yes.
Thank you.
They did take the training course, both Faisal, the principal, and his brother, the employee.
All right. Well, I know this neighborhood, and I know the other neighborhood where I used to work, and I know that that's where the kids go to buy what they want, which they know they're not allowed to get. So if he ends up here again, he's not getting a third chance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The next item, 1301, Tyshan Johnson.
How you doing? Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Mayor Fakuri for the applicant, and good morning to the rest of the board.
Is there? Go ahead.
So the applicant here was initially denied for his first application and the board was asked to reconsider and was denied also. He made a clerical mistake on the arrest information on the personal questionnaire. We went ahead and resubmitted the new application. He submitted everything accurately. There was an arrest back in 2012, a one-time arrest that he got into a fight when he was younger. The only time he's ever been in trouble. It was a clerical error on his part initially. We gave the certificate of disposition on the new application. Mr. Johnson is a family man of 3 kids. He's got his 4-year degree from Iona. He got accepted to an online program from Harvard Business School, which is like a 4-week class he's taken online. So he's a very productive person. He's got plenty of support that he received. For example, the 5th Ward County Legislator, Hudson River Housing, Poughkeepsie Arts and Commission, Dutchess County Legislator, Les Lavarius also submitted in support of this application. So we would ask this board to please consider this application. Again, the initial application was denied because of a clerical error, and Mr. Johnson here has never been in trouble except for that one incident when he was younger. He got into a fight.
So what is this place going to be?
A restaurant, sir.
And what's the music situation?
We have a jukebox. We did do some open mic nights to bring in some poetry.
Yeah, open mic was not like karaoke. It's basically people could come up and they could speak their mind, or they could read off poetry.
You think people that are eating dinner in a restaurant want to hear that?
Well, it's a very unique restaurant, and if
Well, see, here's the problem. That's my concern when you use the word unique.
Yeah.
Because this place, the town or the city is concerned that this place is not zoned for anything beyond a restaurant, meaning a nightclub. And they're concerned that you're going to turn this into a nightclub, and that's pretty much what I'm concerned about too.
We understand that. We respect
the way it's laid out looks like a nightclub to me. You have sofas and low tables. It doesn't look like a restaurant.
Given his background, Chairman Bradley, he worked at an art gallery. It's a very artsy scenario, but again, he's willing to get rid of the open mic. I mean, that was just the whole intent of it was just to, I mean,
I don't want anyone to think that we're against nightclubs. I'm against people coming and telling me they're going to be a restaurant and turn into a nightclub.
He fully understands.
And I think the city of Poughkeepsie, which has had some significant problems with places like this, also has the same concern.
We completely understand, and he's willing to get rid of the open mic. The open mic was just, the intent was, again, coming from his background of working at an art gallery, it's just for people to speak their mind. There's no, and it might seem like a karaoke or a nightclub. That's not his intent. He understands that the board and the SLA do routine investigations. He fully understands that, and he's willing to comply and back his application. And he said
And the
it's not a
place,
nightclub.
did he have any involvement in the previous licensee that we canceled here?
No involvement whatsoever.
And the first application had a partner in it, and she was
It's gone.
she was a 30% partner. What happened to her?
She's gone. He's the sole owner. He's the sole.
What happened to her?
I bought her out. He bought her out.
But yet the lease was signed prior to the first application, and there's not a new lease. It's the same lease.
We have a new lease. The new lease is a 5-year lease. The first
Do we
year-
have that?
I don't know.
Because the lease we have was signed in 2017.
I have the new lease, yes.
We have the new lease.
I can forward it.
Sure. We can forward it to the board. And again, we can also take out the open mic. It's just the jukebox and food.
What is the capacity?
It's 50. It's about 50 people. The C of O calls for 50 people. He's got what do you got? About 8 tables.
I have a seating capacity of about 38 to 40.
38 to 40, and it's a tight, City of Poughkeepsie on Main Street. Most of those units are pretty long and narrow, so there's no room for dancing in that. And again, he's not promoting any dancing or any of that. So, and he understands.
And you only plan on being open Thursday through Saturday?
Yeah, I have 3 children, so I just try to be as most actively as possible in their lives. So,
What hours? What hours Thursday or
we're
Saturday?
going to be open from 12 p.m. to 2 a.m.
And there's going to be a full-time cook there also.
Well, it says the cook's only there till 8.
2 to 8.
So what are they going to do for food after 8?
No, the cook will be there till 11 p.m.
Well, that's not what your application says.
It says 2 to 8.
We can amend that to 11.
Yeah, it should be 11.
You're going to have to.
Okay.
Yes, no problem.
What is that area in front of the bar on the main floor? What is all that area to the right of the bar in the diagram I'm looking at? Is that just open floor space?
No, we actually have 2 tables. They're removable tables. We put them there for like a seating area for people that are waiting to be seated.
What are you talking about? Right here?
You're talking about right in front of the window?
That's the
So
bar.
it's-
Isn't that the bar?
I have to look at the diagram. Hold on.
As you walk in the front door, the bar is on your left, right?
Yes,
That's not movable, is it?
not the bar.
Not the
Well,
bar.
he said empty space.
What are you talking, this space right here?
Yes. What is he asking?
So what's going right in front of the door? Anything between the bar and the wall?
They're bar stools.
No, and then behind the bar stools. There's a large empty space there, that's what he's talking about.
It's not very large. It's maybe about as wide as these tables.
The pictures make it look larger. Again, these in City of Poughkeepsie, these locations are very narrow and long.
So you're saying it's just an area for people to stand and congregate,
Yes.
basically?
Or wait for their table to be seated.
All right. So your letter of disposition was in effect when you said before that you didn't have any, you'd already had that, am I correct? Certificate of disposition?
Yeah, it's included in this application,
Okay, I see that.
Commissioner Ford, and that was his only arrest. And again, he's got his 4-year degree from Iona. He's a family man of 3 kids. He's not a troublemaker. That's his only fight he got into when he was younger.
What's closing hours in Dutchess County? Is it 2?
No, 4, I think.
4 a.m.? Yeah. All right. Ready to,
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Need to talk to you for a second.
Kitchen?
Speak to council, sorry. I really do have to ask.
There's going to be a brief recess for the members to speak to council. Wait,
I'm sorry.
reset. We're back on the record.
So, in the previous application, there was a 500-foot hearing.
Right.
Why was there not one this time? Is there somebody closed?
Yeah, there are several restaurants and bars that are closed in the area. Actually, two. There was the Nutty Bar, who's directly across the street from me, and then there's one on Academy Street, Wavaberry Bar and Grill, who has also closed.
So now you're going to be the third
He'll be the
bar.
third. Yep, okay,
Okay.
that's true.
Or restaurant, I mean.
Chairman, also, just to give you some background, he did meet with Corporation Council, City of Poughkeepsie. They didn't oppose it. They agreed on a closing time of 2 a.m. and he met with the mayor. The mayor was in support, and he also agreed as long as there's no dancing, they could close at 2 a.m. Which again, Commissioner, there's no dancing. It's not going to be a nightclub. And there's letters that we submitted to the board, and hopefully you got it. They're pretty, you know.
I mean, I'm gonna approve this. The only thing I can tell you is, not only do we talk to the police department of Poughkeepsie regularly, I talk to the police department of Poughkeepsie regularly. So the minute that I'm gonna approve this, but I know this city and I know what this is gonna turn into, and I think I'm probably gonna see you again.
Okay.
And that's gonna be the last time I see you.
He understands, Commissioner, and again, I went through it and I told him what the capability of this board is and SLA, and he understands fully.
All right. Go ahead.
You have the support of the from a county legislator. You said you have the support from the mayor too, but I don't see anything in writing to that effect.
It wasn't in writing. He had a personal meeting with the mayor and the Corporation Counsel, Paul Ackerman, and they're okay with it as long as he closed at 2 a.m., which he agreed to.
All right. That's always nice to see in writing, though. But nonetheless, I'm going to approve as well, Thursday through Saturday, 12 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You have a new lease, I think you need to get to licensing. That's correct?
Now, if we approve Thursday through Saturday, it means you can't open Wednesday. Do you know that?
Understood.
Well, you're not going to be able to, 6 months from now, you're going to have to come in and tell us that you want to be open on Wednesday. Or
Understood.
whatever the day is.
Understood.
You sure?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
We'll submit the new lease and amended hours.
All right, I'll vote to approve as well. 2 a.m., no DJs, no live music, no use of promoters, no karaoke, and I'm going to require one licensed security guard.
Okay.
Unless it's
All right.
And,
Yes, sir.
and a jukebox.
We have a jukebox, sir.
I'm saying you can't have it, yeah.
Oh, no jukebox.
No, you can have it.
Can't have it.
Oh, Ken, yes, he's got one in the
We have one in
premise.
place.
All right, guys.
Thank you
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next item in Albany, 1286, Cheryl's Liquors, Inc.
Good morning, Board. This is Lorenzo Angelino. I'm here on behalf of Cheryl's.
So tell me why I should take this and not just cancel this license.
This was in response to the letter for the gross sales, and Jessica Sabango, who is the daughter, and they both are on the license, Mary and Jessica. She filled out the gross sales letter, and for some odd reason, and she doesn't even know why she did it, she did gross profits rather than gross net sales. So it really was just a misunderstanding of, or really a clerical error. There was no reason to hide anything. She wasn't misrepresenting or misleading on purpose. She literally just took the gross profits. So what she did to come up with those numbers for that letter was she took out the lotto sales. She based it strictly on the alcohol sales of the liquor store, and then just took out the price of the actual liquor and just represented the gross profits of the store. She filled it out, and if the tax returns correspond with it, and she didn't realize she was supposed to do gross net, not just the profits. And when she reread the letter afterwards, she was like, I have no idea why I thought it was supposed to be gross profits. So
See,
it was
but
her.
I'm looking at this,
Yeah.
and certainly the numbers came off the gross, came off the profit thing that you submitted, but I'm looking at what was submitted for 2012 as gross profit, and then looking off the spreadsheet that you submitted for 2012, and the numbers.
Right.
So now not only did she use she used net profit, but she also took them from different years.
She did say that she was shifted 1 year. I know the previous letter was filled out by Mary, and then around 2012, Jessica took over the books and was doing all the books. So the previous letter they sent, Mary did it, and Mary did it correctly. Then Jessica did it, and she misinterpreted. She was also...
She forgot that 2012 didn't reflect the sales of 2012? I mean, what she put down for 2012 was, it looks like the 2011 profit amount. And then she carried all the way through to 2016.
Yeah, she shifted 1 year off as well. So when she was writing them in, she put in 1 year, so it was 2012 to 2015. She was off a year when she was recording everything, and she did the gross profits instead. She realizes this was an error, but again, she was not trying to hide or disclose or not disclose anything. She showed everything as it was, except she was just representing the profits of the store, not the gross net.
No,
As
she was
knows.
representing the profits in the wrong year.
Right. So when she filled it in, and that's what the spreadsheet that I had sent, that she prepared this spreadsheet for me because it was difficult for me to understand what she did as well. So I had her do this spreadsheet, and yeah, she went off a year, so she was giving the 2012 profits. And I don't know if you, I submitted this little spreadsheet that she prepared, and it says she gave it as the 2012 profits, she gave as 2013, and so on, and it shifted her off a year for all of them. And she carried it forward again. So again, it wasn't that she was not disclosing something, she just filled in the wrong boxes. So it was an error. She admits it was an error. The store's been operating for over 20 years without a single violation. Again, it was a mistake. There was no intent to mislead. She wasn't covering up anything. She just filled in the numbers incorrectly.
What are you?
I'm thinking that it probably was some type of clerical error. I mean, they have no history since 1989.
They do have a sale to minor back in,
What is that?
they did have one in 1990.
Also, since 1990.
Yeah, this.
All right, I'll accept the 5,000. I mean, and I suggest you get a new accountant.
I suggested an accountant because they try to do everything themselves. But using a professional is always the best method.
Well, I'm not gonna. Usually.
I'll accept 5,000 as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
All right.
All right. Della or Annie, any other items in Albany?
No, there's no other items.
All right, we're all set in Albany?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. For anybody who cares, it's at halftime. Mexico and Sweden are tied 0-0, so are Korea and Germany. All right.
The soccer dad.
I don't recall that getting run through me before that announcement was made.
I wanted to do the Iceland thunderclap and you wouldn't let me do it. All right, first item in New York City, 1319, Tito Deli and Grocery, NY Court.
1319.
Good morning. For the applicant, Marcotti and Associates by Louis Chisari. This is the deli out in Huntington. We needed the interpreter.
You do need an interpreter? Oh, we
Yeah,
have it?
if this is the one from the last board meeting, we didn't.
Go ahead, I'll find it.
Just a couple down from the top.
I got it. Okay, go ahead.
I believe the board actually had questions. for
Oh,
the
right,
applicant.
yeah, we looked at this already, okay. So, she's 22? Is she aware that the previous license here was canceled?
Any relation to the previous licensing at all? How did she become aware of this? Speak. Counselor, could you bring the mic down? Yeah.
Como llegó al deli, o sea, ya no estaba funcionando.
Okay, because the deli wasn't working anymore.
Because the what?
The deli wasn't working anymore.
No, he asked, does she know the people who used to own this place?
And she answered no,
No, okay.
All right. Then my question was, how did she find out about it?
because the deli wasn't working anymore.
Got it, all right.
Oh, it was closed.
¿Estaba cerrado el deli?
No.
¿No estaba cerrado?
No.
No. So, ¿cómo no
Pero
estaba
ya
trabajando?
estaba,
I don't know what the deli wasn't working anymore means.
¿Cómo dice que no estaba trabajando ya?
bueno, no,
¿A qué se refiere?
como no estaba bueno, estaba ya en el deli, la licencia, pero no
They had
tenía,
the-
no tenía, o sea, no sabía.
No tenía licencia.
Ajá.
The license was in the deli, but it wasn't validated.
No, what he's asking is how did she find out that this business was for sale?
¿Cómo se enteró que el lugar estaba a la venta?
Unos amigos estaban comentando, entonces yo me interesé por el deli, quería estaba interesada en el negocio y quería para un mejor futuro para mí, o sea, para.
Some friends were commenting it, and I got interested in the business because I wanted to open up a business for my own for a better future.
Where does she work prior to this? Is this place open right now?
¿El lugar está abierto ahora
Sí.
mismo? Yes.
And where did she work prior to this?
¿Dónde usted trabajó antes de
Hola Centroamérica.
¿Cuál?
Hola Centroamérica.
Hola Central America?
Trabajé por 2 años ahí, ya tenía.
Oh, it's another deli?
Fue
How
bastante-
long, how long?
Antes.
¿Cuántos años trabajó?
Por 2 años.
2 years.
Does she live in this neighborhood?
¿Usted vive en el área?
Sí, vivo cerca de los.
Yes, I live close by.
Who else works at the deli?
¿Qué más trabaja allí, en el deli?
Ahorita conmigo trabaja 3 personas más.
3 more people.
And is she related to any of them?
¿Están relacionadas con usted? ¿Son familiares?
No.
Friends or just employees?
¿Amigos o solo empleados?
Empleados.
Just employees.
Okay.
The $70,000 promissory note with Maurice's DICLO seller, who is he in this? He just owned the property or what? The store, what?
¿Qué título tiene usted en este deli? ¿Solo es dueña o cómo entró usted en esta?
Yo soy la dueña.
I just own the property.
Is he in there a lot?
¿Usted está allí frecuentemente?
Sí.
Every day?
¿Todos los días? Yes.
Doing what?
¿Qué hace allí?
Estoy pendiente de adelante, son la caja y pendiente de todas las cosas que hagan falta en el deli.
I take care of the registry, and I also take care of everything that's missing.
No, is the man who sold it to her, is he in her deli every day?
La persona que le vendió el lugar, ¿él está en el deli?
No.
No.
Do you know where he is now?
¿Usted sabe dónde está ahora?
No.
No.
Okay.
All right.
Does she have any adverse history at the Ola Centro?
No, there isn't any there, but that license was recently issued this year. I'm just going back into the record prior to.
And who got that license? What was? Well, I guess that doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't really matter, but there was one disciplinary. I don't know if it's within her time frame, though.
Rent amount, $2,900.
Does she know why the other license got canceled?
¿Usted sabe por qué la licencia anterior fue cancelada?
No.
No.
So people were drinking in the deli?
So, había personas bebiendo
Beer.
en el deli cerveza.
They were gambling in the deli?
Estaban haciendo apuestas en el deli
And there were drugs in there?
y también habían drogas allí.
No sabía nada de eso.
You know all of that's not allowed?
Y sabe que nada de eso está permitido.
Yo sé.
I'm aware.
All right.
Go ahead, I'm ready.
I'm going to allow it. I will approve it. I mean, I have some concerns about the past history of this place, but I just have to make it expressly clear that if you come back with any of these type of things, which would indicate the clientele and the nature of operation has continued, I'll be the first one to vote to take your license away.
Excuse me, Commissioner, can I just clarify a question that the chairman had asked about where she's working now?
She's working at this place now.
This place, but she also indicated in her history she worked at,
Ola.
was it Ola Central America? You said you had no relationship with the owner there?
I never asked her that. That was.
Okay, that's what I
but
thought you had asked.
No, ya no.
I asked
no
you
soy-
that.
No, no estoy ya.
Yes, I was still on one.
Do we know the name of the guy?
They reside at the same residential address.
So you live with the owner of Ola Centro?
¿Usted vive con el dueño de Ola Centroamérica?
Sí, tenemos. No, o sea, antes nos conocimos, sí, pero no.
We met before. But, ¿usted vive con él?
The address, here, I'm going to make this clear. The address she gave us as her residence is the same address as the guy who owns Ola Centro.
So, la dirección que usted dio, donde usted vive, es la misma dirección de la persona que es dueña de Ola Centroamérica. Es su esposo.
Sí.
It's my husband.
So you are related to him.
Están relacionados.
So is he working here too?
¿Él está trabajando en el deli con usted?
Ahorita sí me ayuda,
He helps me currently.
I mean, we don't have any history there?
Not at the current location. The prior one had a consumption on premise.
But that wasn't him.
That was not, no. But you indicated you're single in your personal questionnaire.
Is she single or is she married? What?
¿Usted está soltera o es casada?
Casada.
Married.
I'm going to say that's a cultural thing, because I've come across that where
Well, that's why I asked. What's your understanding?
understanding is legally they're separate, they're single. Culturally, they consider themselves married.
Okay. All right, well, I'm with Commissioner Ford. If this seems to be going in the same direction as the former owner, it's going to get shut pretty quickly.
Si este negocio va por la misma dirección del anterior dueño, va a ser cerrado muy pronto.
And we do check,
Y ellos chequean.
but I'll vote to approve.
Pero yo voto por
You are exceedingly young, but you do seem to have some experience
Es muy joven, pero sí parece
working
que
in a deli at least 2 years that had a license, so
por los 2 años que tuvo antes.
good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you. Gracias.
Next item is 1284.
3419 Entertainment Corp.
Oh, 1284.
Right on top.
Good morning, Stacy Weiss for the licensee. This is the CNC for $7,500. Have any questions?
So we have food now available at all times?
Yes, she has a full menu. She has a menu now.
She had a menu then, but is the food available at all times?
Yes, yes, she has food available now at all times.
Okay, I'll accept.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, he's got to vote.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry.
Pretty soon you're going to be waiting for 2 votes, so.
Part of this is obscured by a liquor bottle display the license.
It's out in the open now. She has it displayed properly.
That's one of the easiest things to do, and it amazes me every week I'm here that people can't comply with that. It's so easy. but I'll accept the $7,500 as well.
Thank you very much, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
The next item, 1271, Brooklyn Liquor, Inc.
Good morning, Stacy Weiss for the applicant. This is an application for a a liquor store located at 1811 Stillwell Avenue. This is going to be, there was a mistake made. It's an 800 square foot store on 1811 Stillwell Avenue. It's 800 square feet on the first floor, and there's 800 square feet in the basement.
Where's the mistake?
I think we put 1,600 square feet on retail space.
Total, right?
In total, but no, we have 800 as
Oh, you do?
being in the basement, yeah.
I didn't do the application, it was done by a preparer, and so we're just here to represent him.
Is anyone here in protest, by the way? All right.
We did get 2 letters of protest, one from Bella Liquors and the other one from New Stillwell Wine and Spirits.
Okay,
Do you know if, HTUV Liquor and Wine is open?
Is
Does your client know?
It is open, yes. It is open. From what I understand, they didn't send in any numbers.
No. So why, I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stores within a half a mile of this location. Why do they need another one?
Well, all the stores are showing a substantial increase in sales.
I don't see that.
Well,
The closest store is showing a consistent decrease over the last 3 years.
well, I mean,
Are you, I don't even know what numbers you're reading.
Well, in 2015, they showed a 62% increase in sales.
And then what?
Well,
Then what happened in 2016, we dropped 2 stores in there,
well,
and they showed a significant decrease.
yeah, which store are you talking about?
We dropped Stillwell in.
Stillwell, just to clarify, has been established liquor store since 1993.
1996.
All right, and then we dropped Wen's Liquor Corp in there.
In 2011.
Wen's has been there since,
We have issued in 2016.
They've been there since
Oh, the bottom-
2012.
Okay, the bottom one, Wen's at the bottom, it's been licensed since 2012. They removed, this.
Oh, so then I need that.
Yeah.
No.
So-
But
so that's been-
nonetheless, there is a decrease in sales. It's very clear. It's 60,000 decrease over a 3-year period.
Who is that? Who's been?
Their closest competitor.
But they went up 62%. How can you go up any more than that? How can you expect an increase of more than 62%? Where can they go from there?
Ms. Weiss, I'm commenting on the fact that you told me all of the sales have increased. Well, since 2015, this store has shown a significant decrease.
It's the only store, yes, out of 5 stores, Bella increased 62% and then decreased, yes, 26% and then 2%, but it can't, obviously there's an aberration there.
Or the increase is the aberration.
All the stores except Bella have shown a significant increase.
Well, you want to go to R&R Liquors, which is only half a mile away. They went from 201 to 184 to 178. Is that an increase? Don't tell me what the numbers say when they're completely contradictory to what you're saying.
I'm not giving those numbers. I'm given, I ask for numbers, I'm given a certain number, certain cases, certain stores, and I'm not given those stores. I was given what I asked for, when I request numbers from the SLA, I'm given a certain documents, and I can only go by those documents.
But you're telling me you didn't get Bella Liquor's numbers?
Yes, Bella I got, but.
And Bella Liquor's numbers have shown a significant decrease since 2015. Is that inaccurate?
That is the only store that shows any kind of a difference. Everything else shows a significant increase. That's the only store that shows a difference.
Where are you looking?
I'm looking at.
New Stillwell, we have 2.5 years. We have 2.5 years of sales because they just got issued. The next store did not report sales. The next store, we have 1.5 years of sales.
New Stillwell has been around since 1996.
But we only get it when it was just reissued in 2015.
And a 13% increase.
In 1 year. We look at 4 years.
They've been increasing every year.
All right, I'm not going to argue with you. I disagree with your.
Okay, they've.
What are they doing differently that I need to add? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stores and a half mile. Why do we need another one?
What? Because.
Other than the sales, which I disagree with you on.
Okay, there's been an increase in population, 5.9% between 2000 and 2010, and an additional increase between 2010 to present of 2.2%.
Did you submit those numbers?
Yes, I did. Absolutely. Crime has been on the decrease in the past 2 years.
I have a percentage change in population since 2010 of 2.2%. That's what you submitted.
And also an increase between 2000 and 2010 of 5.9%.
We're in 2018.
Yes, but
You're talking about percentage from 2000?
well, there's been an increase from 2000 to 2010 of 5.9, and then between 2010 to present of 2.2.
No. They're telling you, what you submitted is saying in the last 18 years, the percentage has gone up 5.9%. In the last 8 years, it's gone up 2.2%. You don't add the two together. Do you have any questions?
I'm telling you, between 2000 and 2010, there was an increase of 5.9. And then between 2010 to present, an additional 2.2%.
That's not the way you read these numbers, I'm sorry.
What?
It says percentage change since 2000. We're in 2018. It doesn't say percentage change from 2000 to 2010.
I looked at the census, the two separate census, and there was two separate census. There was a census between 2000 and 2010, which was one census. And then there was a second census, which was the small census between 2010 and the present, which was the small census, which was an additional 2.2%. So there were two censuses, the 10-year census and the small census.
That's not what you submitted here.
Well, that's what it is. It's in the paperwork. There's documentation on that. And
Okay, what are they doing differently than the other stores are doing?
okay. He's going to specialize in, he's going to do 75% wine and 25% spirits. And he's going to specialize in, he's going to have 30 SKUs of New York. I have a wine consultant, I have a consultant here who is going to work with McKelly here, and I can tell you about it, or I can have him tell you about it.
He can tell us about it.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Guido Venitucci. So, Mr. Ivanchenko is going to bring some new wines and local wines and spirits that are not locally sold in that neighborhood.
Oh, sorry.
So, will be Brooklyn spirits, Brooklyn wines. He's also going to specialize in Eastern European and Middle Eastern wine, Syria, Lebanon.
What leads him to believe that there's a demand for that there?
Well, he lives in that neighborhood, and there is a certain percentage of Ukrainian and Croatian people. Libyan and Syrian wines are on the rise at the moment. It's a big trend, and the population in that neighborhood is changing to younger people, millennials, that are following the kind of trend. There's also no, we've explored the stores nearby, and they have a very poor selection, or limited selection, I would say, of rums. Everything is very commercial. So he would want to, with my advice, lean towards that new population that it's moving in.
He also gets a lot of people that have been coming around asking about the store. He has invested a little bit of money in building it out already, because the preparer told him he had to build out.
Yeah, he was ill-advised by the preparer, so he already
So
spent money on
he spent some money on the store. He's had about 100 people come by. Yeah, I have a petition in there. Yeah, people sign the store asking about, having a store built. There were expressed a lot of interest in the store, so.
I got to tell you, here's the problem for me.
There'd be a lot of wines.
The closest store issued in 2015. Of course, when that one was put there, that might explain why the closest store.
Well, that was actually there before
was there
that,
before.
correct?
And also, by the way, he's going to.
Can he finish, please?
I'm sorry.
But anyway, so as their sales have gone up, the other ones have gone down. The closest one has gone down. And
He would like to have deliveries, these stores don't deliver. He would like to have wine tasting, these stores don't have any of that. By the way, Bella closes randomly at all times during the, they just close when, that could be part of their problem. They seem to have bad management. You call up, they don't speak a lot of times.
So the store that you were just telling me sales have increased significantly is now a problem?
No, I didn't tell you, back in 2015, the sales went up. They might have had a different manager there. The person that's there now evidently does not speak English well. You can't, you can't communicate with the person, evidently. And she's there, it's a woman? She's there a lot, and anyway, there's a lot of problems with communication, and it seems that she's causing a problem at the store. They don't have delivery, or when you call, they never have the person there to deliver. They close at different times during the day. There's a big problem with the store. And so it's on Kings Highway. They should be making money. They're not making money for some, and that's probably the reason why. When they opened up, maybe they had a different manager. I don't know what the problem is, but evidently they have a problem at that store. All the other stores seem to be doing quite well. I don't know what H. Tuv is doing because they didn't report it. Maybe they're doing great and that's why they don't want to report. I don't know. But Wen's is they're doing well. New Stillwell has been increasing ever since they opened. Bay has been steadily increasing. That's the information I got from when I asked the Liquor Authority for the information. I got that information. The stores are over. The closest store is over 1,600 feet away. The furthest one is over 2,500 feet away. I know when I've done stores, I usually take a store 1,000 feet away, 1,200 feet away. These stores are really a good distance away from my client. He's a guy that's come here from.
You have.
And these stores have been here for a long time. They've been here for, 2012, 1996. These aren't brand-new stores, most of
But
them.
you've got 6 stores in walking distance.
And they're increasing in business, except for Bella. Except Bella. Bella's the only one. Bella was the only one.
The other ones we don't have numbers for, so I don't know how you're even saying it. Right.
Well, the numbers that I have.
Do we have numbers? Am I looking at something that you're not looking at?
You've got the same numbers that Ms. Weiss has.
And they're increasing.
No, they're not.
We don't, for three of the stores, we have either no numbers or completely incomplete numbers. So you're completely misrepresenting what's on the paper.
Bella.
And then I just had to look up the population myself, and from the number I picked up from a different site, the increase is less than 1% since 2010. So.
Well, I don't know what, I cite the site that I picked up.
Well, I'm going to give you your benefit that it was 2.9%. I think you're adding numbers from 2000 to the 2010 to 2018 number that doesn't exist, but that to me is stagnant under 3%. So I don't see any public convenience and advantage to adding another one. I just don't see it. I mean, there's 6 stores within a walking distance right now.
Let him finish.
But he's doing different things than they're doing. What?
Let the chairman finish.
There's 6 stores within half a mile. We have completely, in my view, the closest store is 0.3 miles. It's showing a steady decrease since 2015 in sales.
And you don't think
I'm not asking you a question. And the other 3 that are closest are 0.3 miles, 0.4 miles, and then there's 3 more that are 0.5 miles. That to me is a significant
And they're all showing an increase.
area of liquor stores, and I don't believe there's a public convenience and advantage to adding another one. I haven't heard anything that's going to be so significantly different that it would demand another one, and I don't see that the population has gone up significantly or that the demand for alcohol has either.
Ms. Weiss, they're voting. Be quiet.
No, I'm not going to be quiet because I see an increase in 3 of the 4, every store except one of the stores that you gave me
Weiss,
paperwork
the members
on.
are voting. All right. Please be quiet.
No, because they're not voting yet. I have the right
I
to
just
say
voted,
something.
but go ahead.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I just don't see another need. I mean, and he seems like a fine applicant, nothing against him at all, but I don't know if this is the proper location. As the chairman said, there's several, all these stores are within walking distance to one another. The
This is
closest
Brooklyn,
one
of course
is,
it's
it
walking
has
distance.
declined. The third one, we don't have any idea what they are because we don't have any numbers.
Right.
So,
So
well,
we
yeah,
we
right.
penalize my client.
My point, exactly. So we don't know what we're doing relative to what that store's impact on our decision. So I'm
So
going
we
to vote
get
to deny as
penalized
well.
because they don't write in? Since when is that?
I'm voting to deny.
Next item.
So we get penalized because they don't write in?
Next item is 13.
Okay,
Atlantic Cafe Inc.
I got it.
Good morning. For Atlantic Cafe, Marcotti and Associates by Louis Chisari. This is a default I'm requesting be vacated and sent back to council's office. I did actually respond to it by letter and with a pleading on May 23rd. I just don't know why it got lost.
You did respond to it?
Yes, I have a copy of
No, I
my
don't need
letter.
to see it.
Yeah.
All right, I'll send it back.
Thank you.
Back to council? Right? Going back to council, right? Yeah, okay. Yes.
Next item, 1314, Nina Zabala.
This is a CNC for $10,000.
I'll accept.
Okay, and just to let the board know, we've started the process to change their method of operation. Thank you.
Make sure that comes through, Jackie.
Got it.
I would, is that a, where is that?
Roosevelt Avenue. Well, just north of Roosevelt
Yeah,
Avenue.
you're probably going to want to go to the community board.
We are. We've already started the process with the community
All right,
board.
okay.
Yes. Thank you.
What's the change in
Hold on a second,
operation? that
hold
you're
on a
doing?
second. What's the matter, Don? Okay, go ahead.
Apparently, they weren't aware of the hours, and
Yeah.
we're moving to extend the hours to 2 a.m.
What about the unlicensed cabaret? It's the second time here.
They've, in the new method of operation, they will ask for dancing.
Okay.
DJs too?
I'm sorry?
DJs also?
I think they're going to go with just a jukebox. I've advised them it better to go with just a jukebox than a
Just
DJ.
going along with what was charged.
Yeah, no, I know. I've sat with them and said, they've got new management in there, and we're moving forward with the community board.
Good to go.
Yeah, you're good, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item.
0.46, like, what are you talking about?
1296.
It's a boom.
Jamrock Jamaica.
It's a boom.
Say the number again? I got it.
Martin Mailer, Mailer Buscemi. It's a conditional no contest.
I'll accept.
Thank you.
You didn't just show up for that, did you?
Well, I have others.
Look at that, Commissioner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Next item,
That was an easy one for you.
In a sense, yeah.
1337, 38, 39, 40, 41.
Again, same appearance.
Oh, I got it, okay.
It's also a conditional no contest for $15,000.
Yeah, no, it's a gift. I'll reluctantly accept.
Well, I'm so on the
I
cusp
get
of this.
I get why it's happening, but it's not, I'm not happy about it.
I'll agree with you what you said, that most of these are dealing with violating local rules. I'll give you that one, so I'll accept as well.
Is that a
Thank you.
reluctant acceptance?
It's,
With me, it's always a reluctant acceptance.
No, not usually. There aren't a lot of them, that's from you.
That's true.
Next item, 1260, Kinia G Business Inc.
I'll accept.
I just wanted to.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got to withdraw charge 9, and go ahead.
I can get the place is closed, so I can get the license. I've asked the secretary's office, can I send it directly to them?
I don't know.
We show the license being surrendered. 529?
Was it surrendered? They might have done it themselves then. Okay, good, even better.
All right, I'll accept the cancel and bond, and if it hasn't been surrendered, you can send it in, yeah.
Thank you.
Next item, 1272, Arlene Liquor Store Corp.
Good morning, members of the board. Franklin Janeo for the applicant. I believe there is opposition here.
I think you're right. Who, these are, people all with you too? Okay, well, let's hear from the opposition.
Good morning, Commissioner Ford, Chairman Bradley, Michael James representing the two closest liquor stores. The applicant as you know, is located at 28.
So just so I know, because sometimes we get screwed up, you're Baba Wine and Liquor and Astoria Liquor Store?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So the applicant, as you know, is located at 2811 8th Street between 27th Avenue and Astoria Boulevard. Also located between those streets is the Astoria Blue Feather Preschool.
The who?
Astoria Blue Feather Preschool.
Preschool?
Preschool. There's also the community garden, and then there's also the playground, which the preschool may utilize from time to time, of course. So this liquor store would be located right between those three locations, which would expose the children and influence their upbringing to alcohol use and beverages. Both points of interest with implementing the 200-foot rule by the legislator. My client right now currently has his license, well, Baba Liquors. He currently has his license in safekeeping, and due to the landlord redeveloping the building that he was located in, he has located a prospective location.
Is he bulletproof? Or was he bulletproof?
Yes.
And he's moving to where?
He's moving to the prospective location is 2625 2nd Street. It's about 6 minutes, a 6-minute walk, or 2 minute, between 2 and 6 minutes, depending on where you're located in the buildings.
And is your other client bulletproof?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
So both are bulletproof?
Both are bulletproof.
So I want to ask you, and this is kind of off topic, but I don't know if you've seen the sales numbers that were submitted, the gross sales numbers for one of your clients?
For one.
You haven't seen it?
I have, for one.
Which
For
one?
Baba. For Baba.
You see, didn't see, Astoria Liquor Stores, she submitted sales numbers of $210,000, $200,000, and then $200,000. Basically saying that for 3 years in a row, she hit a dollar amount.
Okay, I did not, obviously I didn't.
Well, that.
So, but I did speak with her beforehand.
That strains credibility for me.
I do understand that, but she bought the premises.
What do we think the number is?
She doesn't speak English.
Oh. Well, can you explain to her, oh, you can't even explain to her, when you're done here, we're sending enforcement out, and she's going to get in big trouble if that's not the numbers that were there.
Okay. I'll explain that.
But go ahead and finish.
So, but to her numbers, she did purchase the premises recently, and she has not turned a gross profit as of yet.
How would we know?
But I understand. I don't think she fully understands how to fill out that form correctly, quite honestly.
Yeah, these figures that we request are not like in the neighborhood.
Right, no, I understand.
What are they?
She does have her, well, she didn't submit her tax returns?
No, she must not, unless, if she's filing those numbers to the state tax department, she's got a lot bigger problem than us.
Okay.
But go ahead.
Back to the topic at hand. So examination of my client's, Baba's gross sales figure shows that he did decline in 2016, a great decline. 2017, he did have an increase, but it has not returned to any sales figures that he had previously in 2015. Actually, the only year that he did have a significant increase was 2015. And now, Astoria Liquor has seen a growth in their. I thought when I spoke to her, she did have a growth.
No, she actually has indicated that her sales went from 210,000 to 200,000, and then 200,000 again last year, even.
Okay.
So that would be pretty stagnant.
Right, I understand. Putting that to the side.
Assuming they're true, which I'm assuming they're not.
Right. So maybe so.
What
assuming.
Well, she just got the store in February of 2015.
Which was a transfer.
Right.
So she even had a better year in 2015. Can you make sure enforcement goes out there?
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
So that was my point, though. So she has seen a growth in her income, but that's only due to the fact that Baba Liquors has been closed for this time being. So with them being reintroduced into that area, I do anticipate it being either stagnant growth or declining in growth.
Are you familiar with this area? No. I mean, the other stores you don't know anything about?
No. Only this one. No, I don't know anything about the
All
other
right.
stores.
What about the Department of Buildings violations? Have you looked at that?
No, I have not.
For who?
Well, yeah.
For Arlene Liquor
Arlene?
Store.
Oh, that's
Oh,
the-
that's under
the applicant.
construction. Yeah, that's the
That's
applicant.
the applicant.
Okay, you can
I'm
ask
sorry.
him that.
Yeah,
You can
that's-
ask him
I
that.
didn't mean to ask you that, sorry.
All right, anything else?
No, for those foregoing reasons, I ask that you. You
All right, thanks.
decline. All right. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Where do we begin? I have here two applicants that are very excited about this, the prospect of opening this store. Since the store that's, I believe the DBA is Baba, the actual name is Vernon, has closed, we even have members of the community here supporting the opening of the store because it's become so inconvenient for them to go from their residence all the way out to the other stores. Now,
All the way out? She's a tenth of a mile away.
when I say that, I have to put the store in perspective for you. If you look at the map that we submitted prior, there is a building complex with 22 buildings directly in front of the proposed location, and also directly in front of the store that's closed. Now, the Baba, or Vernon, mentioned that he has a prospective location, but it's been 8.5 months in safekeeping. We've even contacted the secretary
Well,
to see.
the bottom line is that license is still there.
It's still there, but.
So I don't care, until we take it because he's been closed too long, then it's not there.
Okay.
Now, there's no hard and fast rule. We generally try to work with people when they're telling us they're moving. At some point, we're going to get impatient and take it.
Right.
We're not there yet.
Okay. There was a mention of a prospective location, but we don't have any evidence. Nothing was submitted in terms of that he actually found the location. So
No, and we
that
don't have
remains
any,
pending.
I don't think we haven't received anything either, but.
Right, that remains pending.
So I'm trying to figure out who's inconvenienced. You're telling me the people in these buildings are being inconvenienced.
That's correct, and the neighborhood as a whole. I want to describe a little bit about who my
So you're
clients are.
saving them, what you're saying is you're saving the people in the building a tenth of a mile walk extra.
Which is a 10, 15-minute walk with bags of
A
groceries and
tenth
bags
of a mile is 10 or 15 minutes?
I actually have members of the community here, if you'd like to hear from them, explaining the
So
inconvenience.
my understanding of Astoria, having been there recently, is that it's kind of seen a resurgence.
That's correct.
Then why are we doing bulletproof stores?
Well, there's been a resurgence, and as a matter of fact, the building that Baba
I'm
was
not worried
in-
about them.
But just to explain, the building that he was in is actually being torn down to rebuild it in a high-rise building. So the neighborhood is growing. There's going to be more
So the
people.
question I asked is, why are you doing a bulletproof store?
Well, it's just more convenient because we have.
It's not convenient for customers.
Well, we
No,
can
it
service
isn't.
them the exact same way and faster.
They
actually.
can't see the product, they can't touch the product, they can't browse. It's not convenient, that's proven. We generally frown upon bulletproof stores here, particularly in neighborhoods like this that are gentrifying.
Well,
There's no reason for it. The safety argument goes out the window when you have a gentrifying neighborhood.
Understood.
And that's what you have here.
Understood. The space is very small. It's an 800-foot store. So my client just figured it would be easier for them to store. They don't have a basement. They don't have, another space.
How large did you say it is?
I believe it's 800 square feet.
We have 264.
Combined.
So then my apologies. I had the wrong.
Ask your client, because I don't know. We could be wrong.
My apologies. I was confusing it with 800 feet away from the previous store.
So it is
But it is
264
200, yes.
combined.
It is 200. And so it's a small store, so it's just more convenient in terms of storage of the actual, since they don't have a basement, they don't have another storage room, to store it
I
behind.
know, but our standard is public convenience and advantage, not store owner convenience and advantage.
Understood. If I was going to describe a little bit of who my clients were
Yeah, go
to the
ahead.
board. And we have the gentleman, Luis Tejada, whose family has owned the corner grocery store in the same building as this proposed location for 29 years. He's been there he's 24 years old, so he's been in and out of that store. His father works at the store. His father owns the building. He's told me he goes to funerals of the members of the communities. I mean, this is someone who's really invested in the community, who really wants to provide the service. We have about 80 signatures which we can submit to the board. We have members of the community here to describe how this would help them and how this would be a great addition to the neighborhood. The other applicant has experience in promoting of liquor, and he has supervisory experience as well. So we believe that because another thing, that I would point out to the board is that when Vernon closed, I believe it was in October, November, he only submitted sales numbers from June. So we don't know what his sales were from June to the end of the year. So he can't claim that they decreased.
Say that again?
So Vernon closed sometime. We think he closed a little bit prior to October, but he.
Right, of 2017.
Of 2017, right. The numbers he submitted were only up till June. So there's we
Right.
don't know what happened in that space, or what could have happened. We submit also that New York City Liquor, which is 1,800 feet away, that store has increased by 39%, $137,000. So we definitely believe that the neighborhood is ready for a new store.
Well, the problem
especially
is,
since
the problem is you're ignoring the store in between both of them, which we just issued in September of 2017. And we have no idea how they're going to affect any of the sales in 2018.
Which store exactly are you referring to?
Carmelo's Wine and Liquors, that's a brand-new store, or was that a transfer as well?
Carmelo's is new.
It's new. So you approved that store in spite of Vernon being open?
Right.
Right. So that means you saw a potential for another store there?
But not two.
But Vernon is closed.
And the other, it's closed now, but that license is still there until they're not.
But we don't know where they're
Then you
going to
need to
put.
apply when they move.
But we don't know where they're going to move to.
I get that, but I'm not going to speculate where they're going to move to. You're
been
asking
8.5
me to
months.
speculate. They could move right next door. I have no idea.
It's
But
been
right now,
8.5 months.
they're allowed to. They're allowed to do it until we say they're not, and we're not there yet.
Okay. So
I mean, we've held it longer than 8.5 months.
Yeah, the Carmelo's was approved in June, however, it wasn't picked up until September.
Right.
So we didn't know about the other one being on deposit.
Oh, we didn't even know they were. We didn't. Yeah, so they were open when
They were
we
open.
approved it. Yeah. I mean, you certainly have an argument if he moves out of the neighborhood. I wouldn't deny that, but he's still there.
But we don't know where.
I know, but you're asking me to see the future, and I'm not going to do that right now.
No, to be honest, what I'm asking for is if they do have a prospective location, let them present it. They have come here and
They're
not
not
presented.
required to. We have a policy. They have not, that they can put it on in safekeeping.
Correct.
For a period of time.
You
They're
also
not past the limit that we generally tell them, all right, it's too late.
I
And
believe 6
otherwise,
months was that limit.
we would have people moving in all the time because we always have this happen.
Chairman, it wasn't 6 months the limit?
That's not a hard and fast rule. That's generally what we try to ask them to do, but we've had them up to a year, right, Jackie?
Yes, we have.
Over a year, I believe.
Right, they're not due to expire till 2019, so it will be addressed at the time of renewal as to where they are in their
That's
process.
when it would run out, basically. We would certainly not renew it if they were shut. There's no question that would happen.
You know, I understand, but it's from our perspective, the community is suffering. It's suffering because this liquor store is closed.
The community's suffering because they don't have an extra bulletproof store in it? Come on.
Because of convenience, right? That's what we're looking
You're
for.
giving no convenience. You're saving the people you're trying to serve a 1/10 of a mile walk.
Right,
You
so-
don't even have an open store.
Well, we would open if you approve us. We'll open,
There's been enough conversation in this room about what we think about bulletproof stores that I don't need to tell you. That's what we ask. That's what we prefer. Now, since the two closest were bulletproof stores, I probably would have given it to you. But I'm not going to let you tell me that now. You should have put it in the application. But I don't see, based on the fact that other store is still there, and we just opened one in September of 2017, that's within 0.4 miles of this location, I don't see any way that we can judge what that store has done to the sales. So I'm going to vote to deny it because I just don't see public convenience and advantage. Also, the fact that you're bulletproof, and I think that is a significant inconvenience to the public. And I don't see any justification for it being bulletproof.
There's like 3 stores, 1, 2, 3, or 3 of the several closest stores have, in the past 4 years, been licensed. You're going to be bulletproof just like the other 2 that are bulletproofed. The other ones, the closest one, again, we don't know what their intentions are, and they're still within their legal rights right now. If they weren't there, I would vote to approve as well. granted, you're really small footprint, but again, it's just one more small footprint bulletproof store. So I'm going to vote to disapprove as well. I don't know if you wanted to reconsider, apply for reconsideration and, change something there to, you've heard.
Well, he may be gone but I will tell you this, you have drawn attention to his location, so he better find something to do quick. So by the time you get this decision, he may be gone. And then obviously something would have changed.
Okay, wonderful.
That's for reconsideration, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Do you hear what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
Next item.
1289, Bada Story, Inc.
Morning. Michael Kim is the counsel of record. I'm his assistant, Justin Ree. And,
Say that again?
Michael Kim is counsel of record.
Okay.
I'm his assistant, and my name is Justin Ree.
Okay. So I'll accept the CNC, 2,600. Thank you. You accept?
Accept.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
Can I pay that downstairs? Is
No,
that-
you'll get a letter in the mail with payment instructions.
How long would that be, that Ms. Bearhoof?
You'll probably get it sometime next week. And then you'll have about 20 days or so to pay it.
Do you have another application pending or something?
Okay.
So we'll get the letter out. Well, we can do it
I
anyway.
can do it, I just need to know what it is.
I'm sorry?
What is this holding up?
One of my other store, that's, it's called CP Chicken, and they,
CP Chicken?
I got a letter from,
Do you have a copy that we can keep?
Yeah.
Why don't you just give her the
Give her me
copy
the-
and we'll move
I'll
it
figure
along.
it out.
oh, thank you so much.
No one's usually in a rush to pay a fine. Got it.
All right, the next item, 1276, La Palma Grill, Inc.
My appearance for the applicant, Omar Almanzar Paramillo. Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
So we shut this place down before.
I'm aware, yes.
Any relation to the previous licensee
None,
at all?
none. And we have had conversations with my client as to some of the reasons why, and she's well aware that those are reasons that cannot be repeated at all under any circumstance.
She has no experience managing a place. Is she going to have a manager? I realize she's worked as a waitress in a deli, but is she going to have a manager for this place?
At the places that she has worked very closely with the managers. She has essentially helped run those places. So at this point, she doesn't have. No, there is no plan to have a separate manager, but she feels confident that she has the skills and the experience.
What's the music situation going to be?
There will be no live music. There will be no DJs. If anything at all, it would be just radio music through speakers.
So it's going to be more of a restaurant.
Absolutely. Yes.
What are the hours? What are you thinking?
The hours that are currently approved with the town are 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. She would like to open for lunch, so at that time, she will have to reapply with the town and then obviously come back here.
Yeah.
No, I mean, she doesn't. I'll approve that now.
We've never had anyone protest how early someone opens.
Right.
So that's not an issue.
No, but 1 a.m. is the cutoff time.
7 days a week?
Tuesday through Sunday.
I know that's probably in here, but I'm asking you, okay? Thank you.
No problem.
So she says up to 4 security guards. How many people does this place hold?
It's a small
Occupancy is
place.
30.
I'm sorry?
30 is what was listed in here.
So why does she feel the need for 4? She's got 5 to 10 employees plus 2 to 4 security guards. What's all the security for?
Correct. I'm not sure if you are aware of the neighborhood and the area. There have been issues in terms of just regular policing in that area. So
Meaning what? She's afraid she's going to get robbed, or
Possibly. It's a commercial area. There's a lot of traffic, pedestrian traffic, foot traffic. People can find their ways in there. The security guard is to make sure she's in 100% compliance with any ID checks and things like that, but also to make sure that things do not ever get out of hand.
I don't have a problem with one, but you're telling me you have pretty much a security guard for every 9 people.
Right.
That seems like a lot to me.
We're taking extra
For
precautions.
a restaurant. It doesn't seem like a lot for a club.
Well, it's a restaurant and bar. There is a bar there. But no, this is
But
not a
she's
club
going to
in there.
serve meals the whole time she's open, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that's a large expense for a place that doesn't have
Yeah,
very
that's
few
another
people,
point, right.
You know, so.
I mean, that's the stuff, the reason we're asking these questions, the last person that owned this place came in here and told us the same thing, and then they ended up revoked because when we went in there and checked, they were something completely different. They were a club.
Right.
If that's her intention, she's going to lose a lot of money, and she'll never get a license again.
And she understands that very clear. I've sat down with her myself and gone over the reasons why, the hours, the noise complaints, all of that with her. She knows 100% that this is not to turn into any dancing, late night noise, things of that nature.
I'll vote to approve hours 5 PM till, I'll just say 1 AM closing. You can open whenever you want. You have no protest. You understand, sounds to me like you've counseled on what the place was, and Chairman's been pretty clear about if it ever becomes that again, we'll act immediately on it. So I'll vote to approve.
Thank you.
What was the name of the place she worked in Hempstead? It says Reyes Corp. What was the name of it?
They did business under La Bachata, which is the name of a type of cultural music.
Is that still open, does she know?
La Bachata está abierta todavía.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did they have any problems with us ever, do you know?
I'm not aware of any.
I'm asking her.
Está preguntando si La Bachata ha tenido problemas con la licencia de licor, con alcohol.
No.
Not to her knowledge.
Do you have any?
I'm looking at,
Is this place open now?
No. You mean the Palmas, our place?
Yeah.
No, it's not open yet.
how did you come up with the 30 for the occupancy?
I believe the town of Islip issued
what
the
they-
town of occupancy,
okay.
correct?
The prior was listed at 95, the one that we revoked.
95? She has a C of O already?
No, the prior, I'm saying the prior one, the one that we revoked was 90.
I know,
So
but
it's kinda
their C
limited.
of O said 95?
I'd have to go dig through that. I'm
No,
still
don't
working
do
on
that.
history. on
Yeah,
this.
I want to see the history of the other place.
There are 2 licenses listed at that location with the same name. One under Reyes and one under Bachata.
At current?
Yeah.
How's that
Oh,
possible?
wait a minute, they got it. This is just slowed update, sorry. We gotta work on this. I have a disorderly.
Anything in 2012 through 13?
That's what this is. Good Lord. Disorderly, June of 13, failed to supervise, looks like a $2,000 fine.
That's it?
I think so. Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll vote to approve as well.
Thank you.
Oh, don't go anywhere yet. Based on her previous, or her lack of management experience and the fact that we revoked the license here previously, I'll approve the hours she can open for lunch, so I'll say 11 to 1 a.m. Tuesday through Sunday. That's closed at 1 a.m., not last call at 1 a.m., out the door. And no DJs, no promoters, no dancing, no live music, no karaoke, just background music, that's it.
Understood.
Good luck. And I'm not going to require 4 security guards. I'll say at least 2. Do we do 2 to 4? Can we require 2 to 4?
2 to 4, whatever I can fit on the license.
All right, so 2 to 4 security guards all night.
That way you can start out with 2. If you need more, you're approved to hire more.
Thank you.
Or if you hire 4 and you don't need them, you're approved to reduce it.
We can go back down to 2.
Accordingly, yes.
Okay.
We're trying to save you some money.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Commissioner Ford, you're good with all those other conditions?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, thank you. Good luck.
Can we
Have a
take
good day,
a 5-minute pause?
Yes.
Thank you.
right, we are back on the record, and the next matter is 1277, MIPR Inc. Where did Ms. Taveras go? I think this is hers. Who's here for?
Morning, Adam Powell for the applicant, MIPR.
Good morning.
Morning. This would be the applicant's first liquor license, as well as Mr. Fabricio Alonso. This application has brought support, not only the hundreds of signatures we submitted, but letters from leading local leaders and borough leaders.
I don't have any of that.
Oh,
You have any of that, Tom?
You have whatever I have.
Which
He
is,
sent it Friday at 2 o'clock. It's a letter from the Bronx Overall Economic Development Corporation, as well as Assemblyman Michael Benedetto and the New York City Hispanic.
hold
Chamber.
on one second.
Sure, sure. The Assemblyman letters you don't have because they were in session. We just
You
received them.
you have it as supplemental.
Oh, then I must not have gotten the supplemental. All right, go ahead.
Do you want to see your supplemental?
Yeah, I'm going to.
So this is an application for a restaurant which has been operating for about a year now, serving food, an excellent Latin cuisine. They would now like to add liquor and
Oh, I do have
beverages.
Yeah, you have that, and you have this from the community board.
Wait a second.
No, this is for,
It was in,
no, this
that's
is,
the wrong item, yeah, it is.
this might be for them. Who are you saying the assemblyman was, Benedetto?
Yes, but his letter I just received yesterday, so you would not have that.
That's.
However,
Yeah, but
the
he's
letter
calling
from
it East Tremont.
know.
Yeah, this is
BOEDC.
about, this is about Vapor Lounge, yeah. Yeah, that's Vapor Lounge,
Yep.
that I have.
But we did submit 20 pages of signatures as well as letters from BOEDC and the New York City Hispanic Chamber of Commerce.
Who'd you submit it to?
Supplemental email, Friday. too.
Okay. Is your client aware that this place was canceled? That we canceled this
Yes, it was
license
on
in
the previous-
September?
Yes, it was on the previous owner.
Did he have anything to do with that?
No.
So that was with 1320?
Yeah.
Okay. Take a look at that.
No, no, it's not with it.
No, this is.
They're the wrong, that's not what he's
No
talking about.
supplemental that you received.
Okay.
I'm not saying, Mr. Powell, you didn't send it in.
I sent it in
I know,
Friday.
but they didn't get it.
Which would like it? I mean, I have copies here.
Yeah, I'll take
Yes,
the copies.
please.
Thank you. And you said he's been open since when?
The restaurant has been open for many years, but.
Well, no, I mean, so it never closed even after we took the license away?
Correct. Their
Okay.
cuisine is excellent, and they have been surviving despite the inherited problems from the past, but they've been surviving without liquor for a year. However, it's a real restaurant with a
So he's
large
owned it for
payroll.
about a year?
Yes, it's a large payroll, large.
Well, no, yeah, he couldn't own it.
Yeah, it's not a rice and beans place, so.
No,
they-
but how long, ask him, how long, when did he buy it? Because we shut it and we closed the liquor in September of 2017, so,
Yeah, no, this happened in May of 2017.
but when did he buy it?
The transaction
January?
started around May 2017.
Oh, so these things were,
Negotiations were happening around that time.
these things were pending at that time, okay.
But it says I think he was employed there as well, right?
The license, I believe, was actually canceled, but it was under the previous ownership of 3363 LLC.
What did he
Then
do,
they applied.
what did he do there while, you used to work there,
Right, I was the bar manager.
before you owned it? So you were the bar manager?
Yes.
So you did the sale of the minor, or was it somebody else?
It was somebody else. I was actually off that evening.
And that person was fired. So we have to give MIP.
So who was your supervisor?
The owner, Jacqueline.
Acevedo.
Chairman,
We ask that you give them
we
an
may have an
opportunity.
IT issue. Could we take a brief, 'cause I'm not sure, we're not on the internet, I'm not sure if it's recorded.
Okay, we'll take, until they fix the IT issue, we're going to have to take a
We'll
break.
be able to confirm quickly if we're at least recording, okay?
I think we're still busted, Tom, or good?
We're half busted.
So they're recording it?
I believe so, just getting confirmation.
So,
Hold on, so Jonathan, we're on? Okay, we're going to resume now with item 1277.
so now I remember this place, actually. Does this lease stuff get all straightened out, Jackie? The last time that he applied once before.
Yes, he does have a lease directly from the landlord.
Directly from the landlord now? And where's Miss Acevedo? Do you know? Is she working for you?
She's no longer
She's
involved
no
at
longer
all.
part of anything.
I had the landlord give me a new lease instead of a reassignment.
Let's see if you like to look at it.
No, I mean, I'm assuming they have it. I don't need to see it.
We have it from January, effective January.
Okay. So my only concern then is, one, that you worked here, and two, all of this music. Do we need all this music? Because you're pretty much operating under the same method of operation that the previous place is operating, and you were there. and we shut it.
But he was the manager, and.
Well, so there's a level of responsibility as a manager.
Sure, but the manager can tell the owner the music is too loud, and if the owner says, I think it's okay, that's the last time you can mention that to the owner.
That's the same trade name.
So if anybody knows the issues, it would be him as a manager, and they have added 16 security cameras. They will
See,
have
cameras are great
They will have
for documenting what happened. I'm trying to avoid it happening.
Correct. They've had no issues in over a year. Now, granted, people can say, oh, that's because you don't have liquor, but they really have learned from the mistakes of the previous operator, 3363 LLC. They will have 4 security guards on each exit, well, 1 for each exit in the bathrooms. All the bartenders will be ATAP certified, as the applicant, Mr. Alonso, is ATAP certified. And we're willing to work with you on the music, the hours.
Well, see, and this is what, the problem was, we didn't authorize a DJ last time, and they had one regularly, because they got failure to conform to the application twice, and they still had disorderly premises because of the DJ that they had that wasn't allowed.
You also, it says, agreed to stipulations with the community board, but
Yeah, I didn't see what those
I
were
don't
either.
see what those are.
Oh, the stipulations were 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday, 2 a.m. Thursdays, midnight Monday through Wednesday, and 2 a.m. Sundays only if there's a holiday weekend.
Okay, that covers hours. What
Right.
about other stipulations? There's got to be more to it than
There
that.
were no other stipulations. that I
Keep the
can-
doors closed after 10, because we do have French doors.
Yeah.
So we do have a DJ playing music, not too loud, but also keep the doors closed after 10 p.m.
Okay.
That was a close vote, too, huh?
What's that?
It was 18 to 16.
And again, beyond the community board, we have support from BOEDC, the leading economic development agency, as well as.
So, I mean, here's what I'll do. I'll give you 2 o'clock across the board. No karaoke, no DJs. If you want to do jazz, if that's all it's going to be, acoustic jazz, I'll.
Can we do?
And you can come back in a year. I just am not prepared to give you a DJ.
Can we eliminate the live music and do the DJ instead?
No. The DJs are where the problems happen, and in a year he can come back, and if we don't have problems, I'll give him a DJ, but. So I'll give 2 o'clock, Jackie, for
7 days.
whatever days he's open, and what'd you say, 4 security guards?
4 security
4
guards.
security guards, recorded music, live music, acoustic only, no amplified, no use of promoters, and no dancing.
Hard close at 2 a.m. or just close?
It can just be last call at 2 a.m.
Okay.
So that means 2:30, they're out. And this is a restaurant, right? Because your application is, one place it says restaurant, another place it says tavern.
That was the previous application, not ours. Yes, that was previous.
So you're a restaurant?
Restaurant,
All
full
right, so that
restaurant.
means you got a food.
Sure.
All the way to 2 a.m.
All right.
The previous application also included a sidewalk cafe, which they did not mention to the community board, so there were issues there before, but they're not applying for sidewalk cafe, not yet.
Okay.
All right.
Are you good with that?
Yeah, I'm good with all that, too. Secretary Donahue, you don't need these paperwork?
And like I said, if you want 3 a.m. and the DJ, come back in a year, and if we don't have an issue, I'll give it to you.
Got it.
If
Thank
I'm
you.
around.
Take these back. Good luck.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
Next item, 1313, Parker's Pub, Inc.
Same issue.
Good afternoon,
Whatever.
Chairman.
You'll see when you look at it. Good afternoon.
Neil Vasaki for the licensee, Sean Parker, Parker's Pub, Inc. This was it's a default. I called Mr. Buckley last week, spoke to him about it. Basically, I missed by a day before it, came here. It went to the establishment, and my client didn't get it till like a day or so before he gave it to me. And that week, I went on vacation for 5 days, so we kind of missed it, and it came right up here. But I basically was able to speak with Mr. Buckley in length, and we went over like each of the charges. And, I remember being at the community board at this meeting, the community board meeting when the license was going to be issued. And, the place is across from several condominium buildings, and there was some, outrage over there. Some people were very vocal. And so now, full speed ahead, when I was looking at all the charges, A lot of these charges really emanate from noise, and my client will convey to the members that, from the police officers that he speaks to quite often, it's kind of like the same 2 or 3 people that are making all these complaints, and when the cops have to go there, you know, they'll hear the noise.
Well, I mean, one of the big ones that's problematic is the failure to permit an inspection. What was that about?
I asked him about that, and I spoke to the manager. I don't know. He says he didn't. He says, I mean, the cops come. I mean, with all
And
due
it didn't
respect.
say manager, it said owner refused to permit a police inspection.
Well, this is the owner, and he certainly never had any interaction with the police. I just want to mention a couple other things that my client did proactively. You know, he does in fact have security every night. He did pay about $1,500 about a year ago to have special glass put in the location. I have photographs of the glass being put in. And also on the police officer's advice, because the condominium is across the street, my client, I have photos, basically put a very small area in the back, like 6 feet by 8 feet, and it's fenced in where people want to smoke, they'll go back there. But it's like a double-edged sword because there's a house, you know, way back there.
It's not just one house. I looked at it.
Yeah,
There's a
in the
couple
rear.
homes. But you got a lot of stuff here to do with noise in the back.
Right. So.
How do you stop that?
Well, okay, so I'm going to talk to them about how we can prevent this, but the reason why ultimately they went in the backyard to begin with was because he wanted to basically not have noise in the front by the condominium, so he kind of shoveled them to the back. So, look, you know, at this point in time, I spoke with him, and you know, you can convey the message real strongly that it's really the noise that is bringing the police attention there, and then that leads to, you know, some other things. I mean, I have photographs of all the signs that, you know, that are up. I said there is security. There's only a jukebox. There's no DJ there. I have a copy of a security guard's license.
Is the backyard on your, is an approved,
The backyard,
that approved?
I can't answer that with certainty. I think it's not.
Does he have open windows in the front?
No. I have a photo.
The door remain open? Like why? So it's just people, because a lot of these are disorderly premises noise, which means to me, not just people smoke. I realize that's where the complaint probably came from.
My approach, it's one of your
Yeah,
photographs.
but we're getting disorderly premises, which means they're going in and finding that there are problems. The music's too loud.
Photographs of the outside. And in the rear yard, this is the rear door. And then
Is that you flexing?
No, that's not.
in the rear yard, this is the back door. And then, so you put up a PVC fence here. There's no gate, but they blocked it off, so people can't go past that point.
Yeah, but you're right in somebody's backyard.
Smoke, right, and then the house, you can see is kind of back there. So I guess if nobody smoked, there wouldn't be any problems. But we're, you know, we're gonna do everything that it takes, and he doesn't have much of a.
All right, well, I mean, you're going to end up losing the music is what's going to happen if you're not careful.
Yeah, right, because, like I said, it is just a jukebox at this time, and, you know, I guess he's gonna have to regulate the music on the jukebox.
And then
keep
the
front door
stuff
shut.
in the back door, I wouldn't even use that back anymore. You're going to have to deal with the people in the front. I think that's a safer bet.
All right, so he'll keep the back door locked. Oh, may I mention one more thing? Means of egress. He keeps getting the same summons that there's no secondary means of egress, and the back door swings in to the backyard. But I told him he's got to.
What do you mean, an emergency exit? That's what they're...
It's just a back, see, it's attached on both sides. So there's a rear door that goes out to the yard, which swings in. So he's constantly getting the summons, fire exit door swinging in, not out. But I told him he has to go to the buildings department.
Yeah, that's not us. That's
Right.
a local law.
Right, but he has to at least know that if there's if
fix
he
the
has
door.
to have a different rule,
Fix the
door
door.
or not, right, so he's gonna be doing that. Because I think he was summoned 3 times or so for that.
Okay,
And
well, go ahead, you can
all the
pick this
sign,
one.
you know, all the signs are there. I mean, I don't know, I'm just, it's far from the worst place in the world. I spoke to him at length, and.
No, you
it's
have
really
neighbors that are pissed off, is
Yeah,
what you have.
yeah, and it really is, like I said, I remember at that meeting, there was definitely some vocal people, and if what my client says that the police told him, it's, I guess, the same 2 or 3 people or so. But he will keep the back door shut for sure.
I'm gonna go with the $5,000 fine.
Okay, 5,000. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is 1274, K&J Liquor Corp.
afternoon.
Good
My name
afternoon.
is Kenya de los Santos. I'm her daughter. I'm just here for the purposes to translate for her because she feels more comfortable speaking in Spanish, but she does understand and speak English.
Okay, we have some protesters. I assume you're protesters? Yeah, we're going to hear from them first.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, this is my mother, Dolores Burrell. She's the owner of 15840 Watson Inc. I'm her son. I also work at the store, and I also kind of helping her, speak on her behalf.
Could you just note your name for the record?
Jose Barrero. And I'll be as quick as possible. The reason we wrote the protest letter and we explained in the letter, the proposed location of this liquor store would be, less than like a block radius away from our store. There's already about 5 stores within, a 3 blocks radius of this location, as well as several discount big box retailers, in the neighborhood within like a mile. Our sales have been declining over the last 5 years, and there have even been other liquor stores that have tried to come in the area and floundered because they're simply it's not a growing area. It's not gentrified in any way. So for the proposed reasons of not really doing much in terms of adding to public convenience, and the fact that I think it would adversely affect both our store and other stores in the area, we'd like to stand in protest of the.
Okay, thank you.
What do you know about Savannah Sport Liquors Corp.? They still open? Okay.
They're closed.
Where location is that?
That's 1677 Westchester Avenue. It's the closest one to you guys.
What is that? The supermarket, Fine Fair.
Savannah, it's called Savannah Sport Liquor.
This is in this home.
What are you guys, Watson?
Yeah, we're Watson.
Yeah, so it should be, I think it would be the closest one to you. But it's we have information that it's abandoned, so. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We placed a hold on it in April, based on what we
Put
received.
a hold on what?
On that Savannah, that
What do you mean, a hold?
that it was deemed abandoned back in April.
So in our computer system, then the license is?
It's a permanent hold on
Okay.
it.
So let me ask you, before we start, how far away is Mariel Liquor Store from you?
¿Qué tan lejos es Mariel
About 292 feet.
292 feet?
But he's on Westchester.
It's what?
He's on Westchester.
On Westchester Avenue.
And you're on a side street. Oh, no, you're on Morris Avenue.
Morrison.
Do you own this building?
No.
No.
So why do we need to be so close to him?
¿Por qué tú quieres estar ahí, en
Okay.
ese sitio?
Okay. Yo he estado en la comunidad desde enero de 1996.
She's been in the community since 1996.
Fui una comerciante ahí por 20 años. O sea, llegué a la comunidad cuando todo estaba lleno de drogas, crímenes.
She's been there since the beginning. She worked there commercially. ¿Qué tú quieres decir? Que no?
Okay. So,
Ajá. ¿Por qué ese sitio?
Is Mariel bulletproof?
Mario
Yes.
And are you going to be bulletproof?
no.
No.
And why did you,
Why?
why are you suddenly doing this?
Well, I said.
I thought she couldn't speak.
No.
She speaks it better than I do.
When I started to do my business in Quesada Niño, long time ago, I said when I hit the 50s, I told my daughters that the business that I want to be when I get over 50 to get retired is a liquor store. So the old business that I have, it ceased. So I started to do my project. Then, you know that 2015 was the first time when I submitted the first application. But now I'm coming with different project.
So you applied at this place twice before?
Yes.
So why this place?
Because I'm identified with the community. People,
Well, could you identify with the community 3 more blocks away?
no, I said, I know my people. I get into the community, long time ago when everything was worse. So why, I feel, like I identify. I get into that place, and every wall, I feel like I belong to that place.
Okay. And so I assume you know the stores around you. Since Mario's Bulletproof, is Soundview Wine and Liquors bulletproof?
Soundview Wine and Liquors. Tiene las ventanas.
Yes,
They're bulletproof?
all of them, bulletproof.
They are?
Yes.
Are you guys bulletproof? And what about, we didn't hear anything from Fama Wine and Liquors. Are they open?
I don't have no idea.
That's on Watson by you guys. Okay.
Chairman, here's the applicant. And here's the, like there to there.
Where is she? Oh, I see, okay. Yeah, but one's bulletproof.
Can I say something?
You can say whatever you want.
Okay. My place will be 100% open, and I'm planning to have the more modern,
¿Qué tú quieres?
la licorería moderna,
It's going to have a modern look.
wood designs,
Dilo en español.
LED lights.
Okay.
I will have wine tasting for regular wine, a wine tasting for diabetic people.
You're doing fine, ma'am.
Okay. If in the future I have a listing of my customer and I have to put bike delivery, I will do like 2-3 miles, no more than 3 miles from my store. March 27, I have a special invitation from the 43rd for the nightlight meeting establishment with our commandante, how you say that? Commandante. Commandant, Sir Ortiz. And previous to him was Mr. Fausto Pichardo. Fausto Pichardo one time went to my place. He's from Dominican Republic.
Okay, ¿qué se tiene que ver?
Well, I always get socialized with NYPD.
Yeah, how close do you live to this? How close do you live to this, your location?
Driving,
Walking, driving, I don't know.
10-minute drive,
10-minute drive.
Are you gonna have a manager, or are you gonna run the whole thing?
No, I'm gonna be at my store.
Tú vas a tener a alguien que te
Yes,
consulte.
someone is going to be in the store.
And you've worked in a store before? Where-
Yes, I went in that place for 20 years.
Oh, J&N Liquors, you worked in for how long?
No, I went to them for training.
Okay.
And hours that, to get familiar with the business.
And who owns that? Is that a friend of yours that owns that?
It's not a friend.
Just a job you had? All right, you have anything?
No, I'm good. Excuse me, you ready to vote? Okay. The store that's closed is on the other side of the Bronx River Expressway. You're on the other side of you're on Westchester.
Yes.
I'm Morrison.
And I'd like to say that you're replacing that store, but that store is on the other side of the Bronx River Expressway, so I don't see how that would be getting traffic, because that's really across a divided highway. I think that's a little bit different. However, you're going to be an open floor plan, which is always in the interest of the public as far as convenience and advantage would go, so, excuse me. I'm going to weigh that in your favor, and I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you.
Still got him. Don't celebrate yet.
I mean, I generally would not put another liquor store this close to another one, but because it seems like every store surrounding you is bulletproof, and you clearly have a desire to do an open floor plan, which as Commissioner Ford pointed out, is definitely is definitely a factor towards public convenience and advantage. So based on that, and that I don't think you would stop coming here unless I gave you a license. I'm going to hope that I never see you again and approve your license and wish you well.
Okay, thank you so much.
Take care.
And we have a roll.
And also to add on to that, there was one of the 4 closest did shut, which obviously this is, as Commissioner Ford pointed out, it's not that close, but it's close enough that it's going to affect the sales of the others, so. No.
Mariel was closed 2015 for about a year.
Well, don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You have a World Cup update.
No, we're going to skip the World Cup update.
Sweden won, that's what I'm saying. 1275, St. Vince Group LLC.
Good morning, Commissioner, Chairman.
Morning.
Board. My name is Joseph Johnson, representing the applicants. They're going to introduce themselves. They want to meet the board. We sent them a lot of information about what their plans are for the community, what their plans are for their store, and for their restaurant. And if you have any questions, we'd like to answer them for you.
Well, they can go ahead. They can put their names on the record.
I'm Christine Trippi.
Stephen Choi.
Sarah Kim.
Angelo Duva.
Is there any opposition here?
No, but the CB, the community board is not in favor.
No. I found some issues with some of the things that they said too, so. But go ahead. Make your case.
Well, Christine wants to kind of present to you what she.
Hi. I just wanted, I had submitted some information last Friday regarding our application.
Yeah, we have that.
Okay, great. I'm not going to read the statement again. Just wanted to highlight a few things regarding the public interest in granting our application. First and foremost, this location is on an otherwise bare block. There's a community garden on the block, and then there's a tenement building which houses the East Village Tavern, and those are the only things that are present on the block. So we believe that having the East Village Tavern in an otherwise vacant storefront would add to the public safety of the block, which is otherwise dark at night. The garden area is not lit at night, and there aren't street lights on that side of the block. So I submitted a picture of the block, which is quite dark at night. We believe that having the East Village Tavern lit and in operation at night would add to a lot of activity to the block and add to public safety. I have some letters from residents and business owners that I submitted. There's not very many lunch options in the neighborhood. In fact, there's only, on the entire, from Houston Street to 14th Street, there's only one option for lunch other than East Village Tavern, which is the Bob White Lunch Counter, which is on East 6th Street. And other than that, the only other lunch option would be the East Village Tavern. We plan to open from 11 a.m. On for lunch every day. So we believe that that would also be in the public interest. In terms of, one of the objections of the community board was that we would add traffic to the area. There are currently three bus lines that are right in the immediate block of the East Village Tavern, the M14, the M9, and the M8. So there's quite a lot of public transportation in the area. There's also a 20-year car service that's right across the street from us. So in terms of adding traffic, I don't believe that the East Village Tavern would be a destination spot. It's really something that would be serving the local residents. And it's something that the local residents are very excited about. We have quite a lot of signatures. We have dozens and dozens of signatures from local area residents that I've submitted to you guys. If you have any questions, please let me know.
What's there now? Is it just
Oh,
vacant?
oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it's vacant.
So,
It's been vacant
I mean, I'm somewhat confused here. Do we have any history on the former licensee here? Negative, adverse history on the former business? Oh, do you have access, Jackie?
Yeah, look it up.
It says past adverse history premises, no.
I mean, I see, we have none, but do we have even complaints? I mean, the community board is taking a position that this place was problematic, having nothing to do with you guys, obviously, but I don't think we have anything on it.
If I may address that, I have from the local precinct a 311 report. There weren't, to my knowledge, any 911 complaints from 2015 on, and I submitted that as well in my,
So how many 311 were there?
there
Oh,
were
I did see that, hold on, I got it. So there were 1, 2, 3,
maybe,
4, 5,
maybe
6, 7, 8, 9,
10.
12, 13.
Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry, on the East Village Tavern, there was one for live music on 3/22/2016.
Right.
That was it.
Yeah, some of these are for homeless people or,
Yeah, there was one for homeless people.
so I'm not following their logic here. Were you there?
Yeah, I was there.
What went on at that meeting?
It just seemed like they said that they didn't want any other type of bar, restaurant type of thing, that they'd rather have, I forgot the term they used, it was like a candy store or something like that, maybe. They didn't want another bar.
You guys don't
restaurant
want to
in
open a
that area.
candy store?
They were in.
It was something like, they might not have been that, but that was what I got from it.
Well, I mean, because it's very odd, because our ALJ, who did the 500-foot hearing, generally, when they object to a licensee's method of operation, he is very conservative in taking their recommendations, and here he did not.
Going back in history, a couple license applications ago, when it was Rice Bar, in 2007, they had violations where we settled with a $30,000 fine.
So it's 11 years
Trade
ago.
names, purchase marks.
But that was another business
That
ago.
was a couple businesses ago. We have nothing since, from then to now.
Okay.
So I got to take issue with a couple of things that the community board here said too. For one, it says the applicant has no license experience.
Yeah, I didn't find that.
And I'm clearly looking at Mr.
Who has, some of you have restaurant experience, right?
Yeah.
How many of you?
All of us.
So I don't understand where that came from.
Where did that come from?
Again, I just don't think they were listening to us. They just had their mind set on just denying it. And
I mean, they
just
didn't just
really
state it
listened.
once. They've
Yes,
made
I
a
know.
case of it.
But we mentioned it, that we told them what their background is, and they just wrote us something different.
So who, and who was the manager at China One?
That would be me.
And in 2006 through 2009, there were some issues there, or?
Well, the issues that they spoke about, I was not part of that.
Oh, you weren't working there then?
Working there at that
When
time.
did you work there?
From about the period that you had just mentioned, but they were open previous to that.
So the issues that they were talking about were before 2006?
Correct.
Okay. And what were they, do you know?
In my, from what I know.
Do you know what the violations were?
It probably was noise complaint.
Is this place going to run anything like that?
No, nothing like, that was a lounge. We were doing a specific restaurant.
And what's your role in this, other than you're a partner, but what's your role going to be?
I'll be there.
The general manager again?
Manager, yeah.
Have you read the stipulations that the ALJ suggested, operating hours 12 till 2 a.m.? Have you read that list of stipulations?
Yeah, we're not objecting to any of those things.
No requiring a cook all operating hours, adequate soundproofing to muffle all operational noises, no live music, jukebox, karaoke, dancing, or DJs.
That's
Okay.
correct, that's fine.
Installing limiters on amplifiers for limited sound. I don't know if you're not going to have all of that, if you need to have limiters. So, no promoted events, pub crawls, party buses, no velvet rope lines, all windows and doors locked and closed at all, shall be closed at all times, I'm sorry. No unlimited drink specials, no unlimited food and drink specials, and no additional, any additional conditions the community board may advise. Have they? I don't
No,
see
that's
that-
just a blanket denial.
Yeah, they just gave you a blanket denial without, well, like I said, I agree with the ALJ who disagrees with the community board, so.
So what are you agreeing to?
I'm going to vote to approve, and I'm going to make the stipulations that were suggested by Administrative Law Judge Raymond DeLulio, as I just stated as part of the license.
Can I just ask you one thing? It says something about not opening the windows. They do have windows, and if they open like during the summer in the daytime or something, would that be permittable?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So they have to be shut by?
Let's have them shut by, say, like, by 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Is that
All
okay?
right, so take the any additional conditions that the community board may advise, that's obviously not a stipulation.
Right, it's not a stipulation.
But I'll agree with the other ones that he mentioned, which are in the decision.
Excuse me.
Yep.
Can we have the windows open till 10? Is that possible?
No.
No.
Only because generally when they ask us to shut windows, they're at 9. So I do try to figure out what they would want us to do if they were here or if they had put in stipulations, but they didn't. So I'm trying to do the best I can to figure out what they would ask for, because we are familiar with these boards.
You're always welcome to come back and, after a little bit of time and ask if it's okay.
So all those stipulations that the ALJ suggested, other than the last one, Jackie?
Other than the last one, and amend the doors and windows to be closed by 9.
9, right.
Got it.
All right, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Next item is 1270, Anthology Wine and Spirits, Inc.
Bernard Seidman, appearing for the applicant. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ford, I have Matthew Berman with me, who is an employee of Durst and Company and the manager of the complex where the applicant has applied for. May he speak first?
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
So I manage 57 West Campus, which is 1,371 luxury apartments on 57th Street between the 11th and 12th. On that immediate neighborhood, over the past 2 years, 3,000 brand-new luxury units have come online between 57th and 60th and 11th and 12th. And several thousand more units will be coming online within the upcoming months. Some operators such as TF Cornerstone, One West End, as well as Waterline Square. We feel an upscale wine and spirit shop would be a convenience for our residents. These are high-end buildings. We offer private shuttle service from Columbus Circle directly to 57th and 11th. I'd love nothing more than my residents to be able to get off the shuttle and be able to bring a bottle of wine home if they want, rather than walk 5 to 10 minutes to the closest shop. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I do have a question for you, I'm sorry. So your development is part of Hudson Yards, or it's in addition to Hudson Yards?
It's in addition to Hudson Yards.
So how far away from Hudson Yards is it?
So Hudson Yards would be, I think, 34th roughly to 40th.
So you're a few blocks away.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Mhm.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
With me is Gina Kim, who is the applicant, and her husband Richard, who has a better command of the English language and would like to speak on her behalf.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is the Young Kim. I'm the owner of the Hobson 27, the grocery store and the beer store, located 27th Street. And also, these times we're going to the planning to open for nearby the Hudson Yard. As you know, this area for 3 blocks of radius, over 4,200 the luxury apartment unit, and also the Midtown, the West, the residents who are educated, the successful, the professionals with a high disposable income, and who are the regular customer of the alcoholic beverage. Most of the customer in this the category rely on assistance in the selecting the wine and spirits. Consequently, they tend to reward the most capable of the merchants with the loyalty and the word of the mouth advertising. This is one area that ontology wine and the spirits. We work to develop as a keystone of is the marketing strategy. And also, before open my own store, I working for over 10 years Rockefeller Center and the Midtown area, so it's very familiar for this area. And also we do carry over 20% of New York local wine, such as like Finger Lake Winery and Wolford, East Hampton, the beautiful Rosa wine, and also we do carry about gluten-free, the spirits, and organic wines. And also, this is based on my experience. I do take care of the Rockefeller and also the Midtown area. We do take care of the high-end customer with the shippings, the nationwide, and also the convenience.
You're going to ship nationwide?
For that one is for the. It's not all the nation. We just allow to the rule and regulation, the FedEx, for just allow to specific the state. Definitely, we do not the shipping to. It's not allowed to the other state.
Okay.
Yeah, because the high-end customer, they have many relative, and also they have the high-end customer. So sometimes we do that. Yeah.
So what are you doing that the? I mean, there's.
Yeah, just I'm going to.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. You got 5 stores in a half a mile of you, and you have 2 stores within 2 blocks of you. So what are you doing that they're not doing? Assuming Abbey Road Wine and Spirits is still open, is it?
What's the address?
501 West 57.
That's on the corner of 57th Street and 10th Avenue. It's a.
So it's a block. It's an avenue away.
It's a long. It's a long block. It's a long block away.
Well, they're all long.
But
is it
no,
open?
Is
it open?
I would assume it's open, last I know of.
I know the store. It's a low-end store, and it's about a 5 to 10 minute walk from 10th to 11th. It is uphill as well.
And this is in the bottom of your building, this store?
Yes, it's going to be located on 11th and 58th Street on the bottom of.
And how many units are in that building, you said?
The whole campus is 1,371 units. Where the actual store will be located is 64 units.
So when you say campus, that there's like an indoor courtyard area to it? And
Yeah, it's 57th between 11th and 12th. It consists of 3 properties, 1,371 luxury apartments. One's a 40-story property. The one where the liquor store will be is a 10-story building. And then Via 57, which is that pyramid building on 11th, if you're familiar with it, is 709 units, and that's 32 stories.
And you're putting, what else, what other retail's going in the bottom of these buildings?
There's going to be an HSS, which is Hospital for Special Surgery. That's under construction now. And I Love Kickboxing and a dental office.
And the other buildings, is there any grocery stores or anything?
Hudson Market,
And where is it, how far is that from this place?
57th and 11th. It's on the same
It'll be
block.
on the same block.
Same block.
All right, go ahead.
I am the attorney for the 2 stores on West End Avenue, West End and Pinnacle, and I spoke to the principals, they're my clients, before I took on this application, and they had absolutely no problem with it. They remembered when they started, and they applied brand new, and they wished my clients good luck. I am familiar with Seller 53, who put in a complaint. They're on 53rd Street and 10th Avenue. This is 58th Street and 11th. When that application went in, there was a store. That was a new application. There was a store across the street, and they had no problem making that application. We will not compete with 53rd Street and 10th Avenue. Basically, this is a brand-new community. More people are moving in, more stores are opening.
Picture. So what was here before you cleared these lots out?
I'm not familiar with the history. Are you talking about between 11th and 12th on 57?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with the history.
There were the residence factories. It was a variety of buildings over there. It was typical New York, the edge of an old neighborhood. And
That Con Ed building is still there?
Yes,
So that's kind of that's on the other side of the street from you?
correct.
That's the closest store.
And that's all shut, right? I mean, there's no windows in that, it's...
Correct, yes. It is still an operational plant, though.
Right. Okay. And who's running this? She is?
yes.
Does she have any experience whatsoever in this, or no?
No.
So is she hiring a manager?
She will have a manager, and her husband, who has an AX license on 27th Street, will assist her to get this business open and going. He has managerial help for his business now.
All right, you have any other questions?
Can I confer with counsel for a moment, please, on this?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're back on? Yeah. All right. Any other questions, Chairman?
No, I'm good.
I don't see, I mean, I'm looking at the other stores, let me think, the furthest one, Cellar 53, they are going down a little bit, but they're still 2.8 million last year. The other stores, the third and fourth one seems to be, well, they're, wait a minute, is that right? Is it?
No, no. It's a typo, but he's still increasing.
Okay, I was going to say from
He
2
went
million
from
to 20
2.069 to 2.139.
Okay, all right, so they're going up. Second closest, didn't get any response. The closest one seems to be dipping, but maybe headed back in the direction that they started out in. And I do think with the development and all the new residential units in the area and everything else that, I originally wasn't going to vote against this, but as I've looked at it, I think that there is a public convenience and advantage to be served by all the new residences and so forth like that. So I will vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve on the same grounds, other than that she has to have a manager.
She will have a manager.
Well, she's gonna now. I believe you, but she's now gonna have to have one.
I'll add that, Commissioner Ford.
Yes,
Sir, can you grab those for him? We don't need those. Oh, no, these aren't your pictures. I'm sorry.
Thank
They're
you.
from the last applicant. Take care.
Next item,
I don't think we need them now.
1269, Best Theme Corp.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Mangal Gai from Best Theme Corporation.
You're the applicant?
Yeah.
Okay, we have objectors. You can take a step back.
Come up. Good afternoon, John Springer for the two closest stores, Oakdale Wine and Liquors Incorporated, Dewsmesh Wine and Liquor, Inc. Also here are representatives or owners of Oakdale Wine and Spirits and Ramam Wine and Spirits, Inc. These are four of the six
Wait,
closest.
hold on one second. So you're Oakdale and Dimesh?
Yes.
And who else did you say was here?
Oakdale Wine and Spirits, the one.
Oh, your client, okay, and who else?
Ramam Wines and Liquors on Sunrise Highway.
Not the close, we're not the fourth, close to the fifth.
Okay.
Fifth closest.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead.
My two clients are both on the same street as the applicant. There are three stores within 1.3 miles on the same street. The area is well served by six stores within a 1.6 mile radius. The square footage is in excess of 14,000 square feet of product. The closest stores are showing nominal increases or slight decreases. The population of Oakdale has been decreasing. This is on the stores on the border with West Sayville. Sayville population has been stagnant. There's been no growth. The Oakdale wine at 949D Montauk Highway just lost its supermarket on Christmas Eve. So that's going to have a severe impact. And
They
also-
shut the supermarket on Christmas Eve?
Yes, it's Best.
That was cold.
Yeah. What's the name of the store? Best. Best Yet, which I understand is an up-and-coming store that was there for 7 years.
Now, Oakdale is my paperwork right? It's 0.07 miles away from this place?
Yes.
From the
that's correct.
applicant?
That's correct.
Okay.
I have a map here. I can hand one up if you like for the file. But the applicant is here. Oakdale is right here on the same road. Dimesh is right here. Sabre Liquor, which I'm not sure if they handled any gross sales, but they are open, and Jarrell. And if you look, this is on the waterfront. Montauk Highway is only a two-lane road all the way through it. The name changes. It becomes West Main Street, but it's the same road. It's all vacant down here. You have the West Sayville Country Club. You got tributaries. You have the St. John's Oakdale campus. And basically, there's a big triangle here. With the Long Island Railroad on the north, and all these four stores that are already here, they're basically fishing in the same pond, so to speak.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
The aerial map shows.
Yeah, so it's 0.7 miles.
0.7 miles.
Yeah, okay, I thought, my paperwork says 0.07, I thought it had to be a typo. Okay, go ahead.
0.7. If you look at the aerial map, you can see all the vacant.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at.
Okay,
yeah.
great. You have that. The two closest stores are on the same street. There's 1.6 miles between them. They have 3,300 square feet of product. They're very well stocked. They tell me that they have a lot of variety, New York products, kosher products. We just don't see a compelling reason to put another store in this area. I've been doing this a long time, and I haven't seen you approve too many, if any, stores 0.7 miles on the same street in Suffolk County since this board took over. Anyone add?
Are you implying that the other board did?
I've argued that before. Anybody want to?
Okay. Yeah, you can, whoever's not represented by him can say something.
I just have a few things to say. As we know, there's a new store opening. I just want to clarify a few things that we do, so so we can just prove that there's no public convenience for the store. We all carry New York wines. Our store alone carries 8 feet by 7 shelves of all New York products. And we have New York bourbons now, we have New York gins, and we're increasing every week. Our population hasn't gone up. The biggest problem in our area right now is that we have Connecticut State Park, and we have so many areas in our community that don't have any houses in there. We have that park, we're close to the water, there's a river or pond that goes through, there's 2 golf clubs, and that's taking up so much space that there's no more public coming in for us to gather more customers to come to even our stores. We're competing against each other. We're all here competing against each other, but we're still together in this just to not let somebody else come in and take dinner off our tables. We all work with the community. Our store works with the PBA. We always give donations. We work with Connecticut schools, and we think the area is already oversaturated, and we don't think we know that another store coming in is going to make it even more saturated. Another thing is we did lose our supermarket also about 4 years ago, which our landlord went into these huge supermarkets, King Cullen, Stop and Shop, ShopRite. None of those supermarkets came to our plaza because there is no people there. That's what the landlord told us. That's what those supermarkets told the landlord. And then we do have thank God we do have a supermarket now. It's a smaller supermarket, family-owned supermarket, but no big box store is coming into our area because there's just not enough public there for them to make money. So I think as the stores that we are together right now, I think that's enough for our area.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. Anybody else want to say anything? Or did he hit him? All right, good. Go ahead.
That's it. To start the business, I'm working with the DDC, and then I took this store, and I want to open it.
Why a liquor store, and why here?
Because I have experience in liquors.
With who?
Not here, in other countries.
Other countries?
Yeah.
So what kind of experience?
The liquors and wines.
Well, you're making them, selling them, drinking them, what?
Yeah, drinking them and selling them.
Not in that order, though, right? And why at this location?
Because this location, there is no liquor store.
Well, there is a lot of liquor stores, you just heard. I mean, there's,
They are
within
mile.
under 2 miles of you, there's 5.
Within mile, is over mile.
Yeah, but it's a driving community. Under 2 miles is
I know.
nothing. And we just, I'm assuming this one's correct, Jackie? We just put one there a year ago?
That second one,
Michael's?
Bond, Michael's has been licensed since January of 2006.
Oh, okay,
It was
so
transferred
that
in
was a transfer too.
Yeah, it was a transfer.
Are you doing anything different than they're doing?
No.
Okay.
All right. You ready?
Yes.
All right. As the chairman said, this is a driving community, and I'm just not sure that I'm convinced that there's a need for another store, especially even if you, as you just said, that you don't plan on doing anything different to make yourself stand out as a different option. So I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. There appears to be 5 stores in under 2 miles, and many are showing flat or decreasing sales. The population is stagnant. And as you pointed out, you want to run the same type of store they're running, and there just isn't the demand right now to have that store, so there's no public convenience and advantage. You're going to have to find another location. This area is pretty tough to get a liquor store in. All right?
All right, thank you.
Good luck.
Next item, 1318, Hajin Inc. Mr. Gonzalez? Where did Mr. Gonzalez go? Okay, we'll hold on to that for a second. 1292, Zudi 59 Corp.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Has your trade name been corrected?
Yes, actually, I had it filed, but I didn't know that I had to update the beer license, so I sent it in already.
So you offer, this is a offer of $5,000 civil penalty, I'll accept. What are you, the sales to minors go up exponentially, so it's going to get very expensive. Are you doing anything to stop that from happening?
Yes, so after that, we haven't been in business for a long time.
No, I know, that's what's concerning me.
But after that happened, actually, we had like a lot of turnover with our cashiers and stuff. So after that happened, we kind of retrained and told them that they have to make sure to ID everyone, just get everybody in the same order. Also told our managers to tell the cashiers just the importance of ID.
I mean, I'm not going to make you get a scanner because it's only been one sale, but you might want to think about looking at buying one because the next one is minimum $6,000.
Okay.
And then it goes up to 10.
Gotcha.
So if you think it's going to continue to be a problem, you might want to do something more than just IDing.
Okay.
But I'll accept.
Accept your, so.
Is there any way to lessen the penalty, or is it just set in stone? Is that how it works?
Well, nothing's set in stone.
Well, the correct name.
Does she have another one? Why was it so high?
Is it?
It was it was 5,000. One was a trade name.
That's why, it was the sale to minor and the trade name.
The trade name is usually 2,000?
It's an 18-year-old, so it's,
Oh, it was 3,500, okay.
Yeah.
the trade name was booked yesterday.
Oh, it was actually done, because last time I
Oh.
called in to confirm, they told me that they didn't receive the, I guess, the application or whatever
We
that I sent
received it, it's just now actually in our system.
Gotcha.
What was the name supposed to be?
Mr. Mango? Is that
Oh,
what you-
yeah, the
that was-
trade name is Mr. Mango.
What was it? What did we think it was?
We didn't think it was anything.
I didn't register it.
Oh, so you were just,
It would just be under a
it'd
corporate
just be an
something,
address?
the corporate name, if it was that.
All right, so I'll drop that to 500, so
So 4,000.
it's going to be, yeah, 4,000.
4,000. Okay, and I get a letter in the mail, right? to
Yes.
pay it?
You'll get a letter in a week or so with
And
about
we'll-
20
Got it.
days or so to pay.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Next item, 1303, GB Hospitality LLC.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Joseph Levy here on behalf of GB Hospitality. I have with me the principal on the application. I do believe we have some opposition here today, if you'd like to hear from them first.
Sure. You guys just show up on the same time by accident, or is this pre-planned? You haven't been sitting here all day, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you have? Oh. I didn't see you, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's, for the record, Cormac Flynn. I should reveal I am a member of the committee board who voted on this application, but I appear here today as a resident. I reside in the building directly adjacent to the applicant and a couple of floors up.
So what number is your building?
My number is number 33 West 8th Street.
Okay.
So The basic problem with this application to us has to do with this question of hours. And to me personally, it was this question of hours. So obviously, I, like all community groups, would rather see a food-driven restaurant thing than an alcohol-driven bar there. But we're not going to push on that or whatever. The issue is that this place has really late hours for the area. And those late hours have been a problem since their inception. Now, we managed to get the hours trimmed slightly at one point, or you did, and some improvements made to the management of the place under the previous owner.
What was the name of the previous one?
Garrity Walsh.
No, the name of the bar, the
Most
restaurant.
recently, Whiskey Social. And yet, even then, under a professional restaurant management group, and with the current hours that the applicant is seeking to continue, it was still a real problem of noise at night, a real problem of people not being able to sleep, people not being able to enjoy their apartments. It's just a location where those hours are too extreme.
And what was the noise? Was it music? Was it people coming and going? What was the?
It's people coming and going. It's people congregating on sidewalk to smoke. Right, smoking ordinances in New York. It's people idling, cars idling outside. There's no parking on the street, so there's a great deal of cars idling and waiting for people to come and go, and that sort of noise. And a lot of people lingering after the place is closed, or after they've left but before it's closed, to chat and hail and farewell each other, which can be very loud when you've had a few and you've come out of a bar and you're not realizing how loud you are late at night.
That never happens. Never happens.
Yeah.
You're not using you to refer to me, are you? Or
I was looking at Commissioner Ford, actually.
Okay.
Thank you.
Carter Booth from Community Board 2. I just want to note for the record that a candy store did open on this block across the street from this location.
Yeah, but that wasn't opened by somebody looking for a liquor license, was it?
The issue here, I think, summed up. I mean, this is always hard to come up here because as individuals, these people are very skilled and they're very, certainly at the height of their trades. However, that's not the restaurant business, it's the bar business. And that's what our issue is with the later hours of operation on the bar side of this. And that's been the issue at this location, is Mr. Flynn had said, going back for quite some time. The issue comes down to the hours on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and the fact that the operation is not going to be a restaurant at all. I mean, the press, which I can give you a bunch of articles, all talks about opening a bar, and I've highlighted a few of the things. If it's okay, if I can hand them out to you.
Yes, yep.
And so that's really the issue, and then the idea that they're attracting people as part of their business model who are getting off work to come here. It's really a focus on these later hours of operation. That's really our issue. The resolution that we have, outlines a lot of the past issues here, and this block in particular, we've actually been up here before on quite a few different applications with the hours, and this area has transitioned in the last 10 years from predominantly small retail, shoe stores and stuff like that, into a restaurant area, and we've been very accommodating to having a lot of businesses come in a very short time period, and has changed the character of the block fairly quickly, including a hotel, and I don't think that we have any issues with other restaurants coming in. It's really the later hours of operation as this just builds and builds and builds. And while I was not at...
So you're not opposed to this method of operation, you just want them to have the hours that you think are generally practiced in the neighborhood?
Well, I think that one of the things that again, if nowhere does it mention a restaurant being opened here in anything that any of the press.
Well, the one thing I have learned is you cannot dictate what the press writes, particularly when they're writing about you.
That's absolutely, but one of the things is that the only places that you hear anything about a restaurant are in the materials that have been submitted to us. And even if you look at the food menu, while it is a menu, it's a very, very light menu. And that's again, this was supposed to be a restaurant to start with, and it has been for a long time. It was supposed to have been for a long time, but from day one, it wasn't. And so that's really our issue. Again, there's no question that this is going to be, I think, a destination location, and that's really why it's an even larger issue, those later hours of operation. And having a business reliant on a crowd that's coming there after they get off work and they're also in the service industry is difficult for us to take in a location like this, as opposed to being on more of a larger street or on an avenue where I think that those issues are lessened. So that's, and again, I don't, it's uncomfortable because you don't want to sit here and talk about particular operators who are good at what they do. But, at the same time, this issue here is really about the hours of operation. So.
Okay. That's what I figured.
Thank you very much.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask him something else though first. The other place, which I believe I have been in, not recently, had TVs, DJs, occasional DJs.
It operated under 3 separate names.
No, I'm talking the Whiskey Social one. That had TVs and DJs in it, correct? Not occasional DJ, not regularly?
So it was originally Poor George, and then it was The Lodge, and then it was Whiskey Social. And so through that transition, there were various elements. There were the most TVs that were in there were when it first opened.
Okay.
And then they had slowly shifted to try to do a little bit of a higher end concept to attract that clientele, but it obviously didn't. And in the transition from to The Lodge is when they really transitioned to having events, DJs, lines outside, that type of stuff.
All right. Thanks. You had something you want to add?
Under the most recent incarnation of Whiskey Social, the last couple of years, they had TVs, they did not have DJs.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon again. The application before you, I trust that you're in receipt of my materials from last week. So you see the bios on the gentleman involved, the concept, what we're talking about here.
Well, and to his credit, which doesn't happen a lot, he came up and he acknowledges that they're very good at what they do, so.
I haven't seen those materials.
Right, oh, you can see him if you want. It's just it's a printout.
It's the same thing you received at the community board meeting. Along with those materials, you'll notice that there were a number of petition signatures, about 100 petition signatures, 48 of which are from 8th Street. Many of which are from this building. So I think to make the statement that the community doesn't really want this, is not in support of this, is not necessarily a good characterization of what's happening. I can appreciate that the community board and the Block Association have taken the position that they'd like to see something with lesser hours than we've requested here. And again, what I would say to the board, what I put in my submission, what we've covered at the 500-foot rule hearing, is that we are asking for the same hours that existed here previously. Now, the community board has taken the position that they were sort of duped into those hours because the prior operators were not forthcoming with how they were going to operate, and that's how they got those hours in the first place, and they weren't doing what they were supposed to do. And, look, that does happen from time to time. I think we can all acknowledge that. About a decade ago, when these guys first moved into this place and there was a full liquor license here. Most recently, and I submitted a copy of this as well, in 2015, the community board executed new stipulations on a renewal for these same people. So less than 3 years ago, they executed new stipulations with these same exact hours, midnight Sunday through Wednesday, 2 o'clock on Thursday, 3 o'clock Friday, Saturday, and that's with people that they knew to be bad actors and people that had duped them previously and people who were not putting forth the kind of product that they actually thought they were getting. What we're presenting here today are professional operators who have a track record of doing exactly what they say they're going to do, operating in residential neighborhoods, doing a good job of things, and have impeccable resumes and track records. These are not the guys that are going to take the chance by having DJs when they're not supposed to and, just filling the bar full of shots of Jaeger and pitchers of beer. The first thing they did was ripped out all the TVs. This is not going to be that kind of place. As I've mentioned, the idea here is to have a very different environment. They may actually wind up moving to a completely sit-down model with no seats at the bar, because that is the intention. Greg just told me while we were sitting here listening to the opposition comments that they were just contacted by Food and Wine magazine to interview their chef, who they've hired, who's a pretty big deal, who's going to be curating the food menu here. The kitchen will be open at all times. We've submitted a food menu to you. We've made a representation to the State Liquor Authority that this is going to be a restaurant with a bar program. So if we choose to go in a different direction here without notifying anyone, we're in trouble. And these guys have a lot.
Well, I mean, I got the impression that I don't think he's accusing it of being the typical bait and switch. I think he recognizes it's a restaurant. But what's going to bring the people into the restaurant is the expertise of the guys pouring the drinks.
Sure, I think the bait and switch conversation was maybe about the prior operators in the space.
Yeah.
At least that's what I had gathered.
Yeah, I don't think he's alleging that you're going to.
And I appreciate that they're getting a lot of attention for the bar program at the moment, and I think that's due in part to the people involved and, other things that they've done. And probably more on point to why they're getting a lot of that attention right now is the fact that these gentlemen are very involved in this industry, and there have been a fair amount of industry events in town recently. And because these events are in town, because they're heavily involved, they're talking to these bar and cocktail outlets about new projects. So obviously there's going to be a spin that it's more of a bar than a restaurant. But we've been very straight up and honest about the fact that it's going to be a restaurant, sit down, full menu with a great cocktail program. And if you read the bios of the guys involved here, they've made a career of this, and it's all about giving both chefs and bartenders the tools and ingredients they need to put forth a good product. So again, we're in this difficult situation where we try to play by the rules of the neighborhoods, of the community boards, of the block associations, and people don't like us to look at spaces that have never been licensed previously. So we always look at places that have full liquor license with the opportunity to buy the assets to do a transfer of the license, so we're not adding a new license to a community. Then we have to look at places that have a decent history, because if we go into a space that had a super adverse history, it's going to be difficult for us to represent that we can turn it around when maybe that's just location specific. So we found a place that's been licensed for a decade, decent history with you guys, had late hours already, and what we're proposing is to do something similar to the method of operation that was just approved by the community board a couple years ago, but with more professional, upgraded operating people in place.
Go ahead.
So since this was approved a couple years ago, have there been, and forgive me if you answered this already, have there been issues since the last time these hours were approved? I'm asking either you two guys. Yes.
This goes back, obviously there's a long sort of transition in over years of different things. And the reason that there were stipulations signed on the last renewal was because you had approved an alteration application over the community board's objection. And we felt as a community board that having just the guidelines of stipulations set so that it's very clear to everybody, we thought that that would be a good way to move forward to reduce issues by having it be very clear what the lines in the sand are. And
Makes
so
sense.
that's why the stipulations are actually in place. As the chairman often reminds me, renewals are administrative in nature and
For us.
Right.
But they don't have to be for you.
No, well,
I mean, you guys can impose new stipulations.
Absolutely, and so we do that less and less. But in this particular case, that's sort of the history, and just there's, we often have lengthy resolutions, and I have a copy of the one before this from the alteration. It's a 6-page resolution.
So have the issues that you have with the place been since however you got to that point.
Right.
I'm saying since that point, have you had issues with this location?
Well,
I
Mr.
don't-
Flynn can address that, but yes, there have been issues, and it's about the outside of the space
Yeah.
and the movement of things, and there's an operable facade that's in the front here where most of the windows open up, and
So I'm
it's
saying,
the
I don't
nature of
really
people
see
drinking
here-
late at night coming out and outside, and that's really the issues, and the way that the parking is set up here, that after 11 it's a no standing, it's a night zone.
Yep.
And so what ends up happening is the cars are idling outside, people are standing there, and it really creates a lot of issues later in the evening. And most of the other businesses on the block, even that are restaurants with a bar operation, close earlier. And the ones that don't, we've been up here and had these discussions about them as well. And this has really been the focal point of complaints on the block for some time, is this location, and that's why there's a long history of issues, even though they may not be recorded at the authority. And that's, if I can present our resolution from February 2013 that really outlines, I think, a lot of the issues and the.
He'll take a look at it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I just address Commissioner Ford real quick?
Sure.
To your question, that's the point I was trying to make, is that at the time of that renewal, part of the renewal was that the owner, Gary Walsh, with whom there had been so much negative previous history, would step back from management. A professional restaurant management group took control of day-to-day management of the operation. And they were very good managers. And this is my point, is that we've had a couple of years now of experiencing these hours with diligent, professional, friendly, solution-focused management, and it's still been problematic. So to me, as a resident, the argument that, well, these folks will be good managers is fine, but the problem isn't, that what we've discovered is that the management may have been problems earlier on, but the equation now is the hours that's the problem, not the management of them. Thank you.
So most of these issues occur later in the evening, is what you're saying?
Yes.
No, I think what he's saying is it's not issues, it's people.
Whatever.
It's not the way they were running the place, it's the people coming in and out of it.
And it's also the character of the establishment. I mean, it's 15 TVs, sports bar, loud, rowdy. It's inviting a certain crowd of people.
And you're not going to be a sports bar.
What these gentlemen are doing is something very different with no TVs at all. It's an elevated, more mature experience, and they've got experience doing that. The people on the team have the resumes to substantiate the fact that they'll be able to execute that well. And I have a copy of the.
So the only thing, the only thing that you're really arguing about is Friday and Saturday. Oh, I'm sorry, and Thursday. So the 12 a.m. Monday through Wednesday, you guys offered that to them.
That's what exists currently.
Yeah, so you guys, so it's basically Thursday, Friday, Saturday we're talking about.
We said, look, the hours of operation as they exist right now are midnight, Sunday through Wednesday, 2 o'clock on Thursday, 3 o'clock Friday, Saturday. We'd like to keep the same hours. As far as the open facade, I'm happy to close that at 9 o'clock if you'd like me to. I'm happy to close
Well, yeah,
it
that's
together.
that's a non-arguable issue.
Actually, an issue is that those doors are improperly installed, that they're not permitted to have.
Well, you know where you can go with that.
Right, but just.
And I mean to the Department of Buildings.
DOB, by the way, for the record.
Going to get you quoted in the paper.
Right, exactly.
You can have it installed, but it's not, it shouldn't be there at all. In fact, that's why even having an hours to close it is an acknowledgement that they're somehow allowed to be used, which they're not allowed to.
So again, we didn't build this place. We built
Right,
the
no,
assets of this place.
that's a DOB issue.
Yeah,
That's
and
not us.
obviously-
But the closing is us.
Yep.
Question for you, Mr. Levy. I missed us, maybe you missed in the beginning.
Yes.
I know you keep referring as to we and us. There's one principal. The others are the
team, yeah. As
managers.
Correct. As I put in the bio.
Who's here?
This is John McNulty, who's the Director of Operations, and that's Greg Boehm, who's the 100% principal.
Because he didn't sign in, that's why I wasn't sure who's.
Oh, I thought you guys didn't sign in.
All right, do you have any other questions?
No, I'm
Maybe they
good.
came in together and just wanted to sign in. Sorry about that.
If I could just go over a couple of the other things that, just so that it's clear on the record, that as far as that there's no outdoor areas that are included in the application, and no dancing, no DJs. I think those are things that we had all agreed on. There's no live music. no promoted events from our
I
understanding.
mean,
of materials.
I'm assuming that you guys agreed on everything except Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That's what we're here for.
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
So that's why I'm just trying to.
Well, if I don't hit any of those things, then let me know.
Okay, all right. That's, and then the other component here, which Whiskey Social also had, which is an educational component, and so that's just.
What do you mean?
The Whiskey Social had an educational component.
Oh, you mean learning how to drink, or, make the drinks?
An element of that, and that's, and presumably that's one of the things here, but, again, those are generally earlier in the evenings, and that was part of.
Meaning what, you have a problem with that, or you don't?
No, and not at all, but it's one of the things that the administrative law judge had pointed out was for private events and issues with private events.
Oh,
And for what we have in this area is in the earlier hours, we don't have an issue with the operations. Again, it just comes back to the later hours, but if they're going to be having events, really, these are the issues of these destination, location, later hours are really the issue that we have here. And so if there are any later events, the events clearly should also perhaps end a little bit earlier.
You're not proposing any later, any type of events as such?
No,
You're just proposing just to be open, just to.
The regular use, if on occasion someone wants to do an event at the space during our regular hours of operation, and they want to, do a party or do a dinner or do whatever, like, of course.
Well, he's talking about a full buyout, I think. That's what you're saying, right?
I don't think we're talking about doing that kind of thing. And just two more points, if I could.
Okay.
Number one, I find it hard to believe that you could make the argument with a straight face that just having a conversation about wine is going to be on par with having someone who runs a lecture series at Harvard University speaking about this stuff. I think these are very different types of educational programs that we're talking about. And the second is the contention that everything else on this block closes early, and this would be sort of an outlier, which is something that's
I meant to ask you about
been
that.
brought up a few times, and it's not true. There are, now granted, a lot of places do close early, but there are places that do have hours even later than we're proposing today on this block. And actually, this concept fits nicely with some of the other concepts that are on the block that are, within the last 5 years or so. The hotel, the jazz club, these are all elevated, more mature venues, which these gentlemen will curate a place that will fit nicely within that block and will be, within the same hour range.
But I think it's safe to say, and I do recall the jazz club, that they're not happy about any of that. So.
Oh, I'm not saying they're happy about it. I'm just saying that the concept of putting a place that has late hours on a block where everything closes at 11, I just want to be clear that that's not the case, and that this establishment that's being proposed would certainly be not out of character as the sports bar would have been sort of out of character for this one.
So this is a 105-person capacity, is that correct?
Total, yep.
All right, including employees. Okay.
And you see the floor plan there. I think there's 13 seats at the bar total.
All right.
Everything else is sit
So
down.
one of the concerns I have is given the success that they have had in the past, particularly the owner, what are we doing with lines?
What are those weight lines? Or just that they're...
I mean, it's essentially why we've had success. Other places we have are smaller than this. But John, who's the director of operations, is going to address how you would handle if there was a line, how you would do it.
I'm basically looking for you to tell me there never will be a line.
We don't allow lines.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you have
a beep,
There's no sort of
texting thing or
up front or anything
Yeah,
like
they
that. We have Resi, which actually texts people, wherever they go to come back once there's room for them there.
Okay.
So the idea is that there won't be lines, there won't be stanchions set up. There's a reservation system to do this that they've executed successfully at their other places.
So there's room for people to gather inside.
Inside, correct.
While waiting.
There actually is, yeah. The front area, there is room for people to wait, and there's a bench there.
Okay.
Inside.
All right.
And one of the other things that they've learned from having establishments in mixed-use and residential neighborhoods is they have an active staff in the front of house. So although they're not going to have, people on the sidewalk really shooing people away, they will be active out there, and if they see people congregating, they'll break it up. They will push people towards the corner. They're putting up the non-smoking signs. They're going to take an active involvement, not just when you're on the other side of my door, you're not my problem.
And other than I want to have dinner for 10 and you rope off an area for 10 people or 12 or 15, whatever, you're not going to do full buyouts? There's no plan on doing that?
Yeah, no, it's
Like,
not.
what would be a private event to you? What are we talking about?
We have a back area that holds about 40 seats back there. our hope is we don't like buyouts because we don't want, people that have come from wherever to show up and not be able to come into our place. So
Right.
the hope was if someone wanted to do a private party, sit down type party for 40, we could still be open in the front while that went on. So
Okay.
no, full buyouts are not something that.
So, because
that's
we're not
always-
going to have 100 people coming at one time and 100 people, okay.
No, that's always been my philosophy, is not to have a full buyout, because if people travel to come visit you, you don't want to be able to turn them away, and so we don't.
Right, okay.
All right. You have any other questions, Chairman? I think you guys look like, seem like very responsible operators of a business. I looked at some of the drinks that and I think guys should bring some samples next time you come in, 'cause they look pretty good, actually. I don't know if that violates liquor law. But
Yeah, no, it does.
It does.
Just to clarify.
We've been doing a lot of that lately, just for the record, okay. But I'm going to vote to approve, but on the hours, we're gonna leave it at, Sunday through Wednesday at midnight, as you've agreed to. I'm willing to give you till 1 on Thursday, and I'm gonna stick with 2 on Friday and Saturday for now, for a test run, and come back in a year, and if everything's clean and everybody's happy, I think we can, at that point, we'll have a hard time saying no to you, if I'm still here anyway, if you come back nice and clean and there's no issues.
We got a new commissioner, now you're leaving?
Well, you never know, life goes on, right? So I might get a better offer. So the other thing is, you'll have to mitigate any issues to do with cars idling outside waiting. That's not going to be allowed. That's not acceptable. No lines, no ropes, nothing like that, no stanchions. You know the deal. So, and I'm assuming everything else with the community board you've agreed to?
Well, I
There's
mean,
really
so
nothing else.
no DJ, no live music.
Yeah, we're not looking for any of that stuff anyway.
Yeah, no promoted events.
And no use of promoters or promoted events, right? Well, I guess, how do you do the classes?
So it would be outside promoters. We would do our own.
Oh, but you do advertise it, or?
It would be.
Because that's
done from-
technically an advertised event.
Well, so without, I would say maybe a stipulation, no outside promoters, but we would just curate ourselves. That's what
Okay,
they do.
all right.
Because oftentimes when these events come to town, you're looking at like the lecturers on the panel, so.
Mhm. Okay. Right. And, yeah, you can promote, you can self-curate educational events. How did we get here?
Close facade at 10.
What?
Close the facade at 10 PM?
Oh, yeah, close the facade at 9.
9, thanks, that's what I was right.
Yep.
Okay, I'll live with his hours.
Any movement on those?
You guys have?
No, he actually hit me right where I was going to be anyway. That was pretty close.
Because, I mean, one is a good number for us. We're very happy with 1. If it could be 1 all week.
I mean, I think if you came back in a year and you proved to them, which I'm sure you will, that it's not going to be, it probably will be less loud than the other place, then you might get that other hour, but I think you have to come back.
You might even get it with their support.
Because I really don't think that, I think what they're complaining about, and I think I'm understanding them correctly, is not the operation. I don't, not even the former operation. They're complaining about the people coming and going and smoking, and that, I've been on that street. I mean, it is low buildings. I mean, that's the problem, is it's all self-contained. So, I mean, if you can get to the point where they recognize that it's lower volume, then I don't think it'll be a problem, but you have to come back in a year.
Okay.
Show that you've been no impact, other
Sounds
than
good.
positive.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to recall 1318, Hajin Inc. Mr. Gonzalez?
Teddy Gonzalez for the applicant. Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
So we cleared up all these?
Yes, I did. I've contacted the commanding officer. He sent an email saying he has no problem, or doesn't oppose the issuance of the license, as long as they have all their permits, and license to open, and also the captain from the fire department.
And that's going to be a condition on the license
Yes,
anyway?
obviously, yes.
All right, then I'll,
Back to licensing?
no, it's us, right? This isn't.
Yes. It's for hopefully approval.
So we have all of that.
What's your hours?
They vary. It's a showroom, so.
Or what's the latest?
I think 2 o'clock, which is the area's law.
And what, you're in Yonkers? Okay.
Yes.
All right, I'll approve closing at 2. Last call at 2.
And we have everything we need as far as the documents with the
Well,
municipality?
she'll make sure that's conditions, right?
Sure. What was that?
The C of O and all that.
C of
you're
O,
gonna-
yeah,
It'll be the cabaret and the common license.
Yeah, whatever local licenses they need will be a condition of a license.
Yes, absolutely.
I approve as well.
Thank you.
Next item. 1266, 1 HHS 97th Corp.
Afternoon.
Hi.
I'm the applicant, Mildred Sanchez.
So your attorney's not coming?
No,
Okay.
she had a hearing and she couldn't come, and I didn't want to postpone it or change it.
How many bars are within 500 feet of your place, do you know?
There's one bar, restaurant, it's more of a bar, and then there's 2 restaurants that serve beer and wine.
No, there has to be more than that, because there was a 500-foot hearing.
It was based
The
on.
beer and wine don't count towards the
I'm looking at
500-foot,
the list that we got.
but it's obviously not a lot, or you would know that. Are you aware of the history this place had before you got it?
I was, not detailed history. The landlord told me that there was a cancellation on the license in 2013, 5 years ago. It's
Yep.
been closed since then.
It's 4.
4? Okay. And are you hiring a manager?
Yes.
Because you don't have any experience in this?
Well, I worked in catering prior to my last job was paralegal, but I worked in catering prior to that with Dean and DeLuca and with Hunter College. So I have managing experience. I have never worked at a bar before, though. Yes, that is correct.
Counselor, it says here that as far as within a location of a church, it says one's listed at 65 feet, could not be located, no contact information. The other church, Iglesia Evangelica Pentecosti, however you say it, listed within 190 feet of the premises, is not on the same street as the applicant. Does that matter if it's still under 200 feet, though?
Not in the same street, no.
So it's not as a crow fly, not as the hypotenuse, like a school.
If it was on a corner.
Okay.
Right, Margarita?
Yes, I believe so.
So what are the hours going to be here?
We did an affidavit we worked with the community board. They actually were in favor of us.
We got nothing from them. Do you have whatever they gave you?
Well, we did, yeah, I'll show you. I had to submit this to them as part of,
Oh, so this is what you gave them?
Yes.
But they never, okay. But they never sent us, and we have
We don't
this.
have-
Yeah, we have, this is what we have, but this is her statement to them. We don't have anything
We
from
don't have
them.
anything directly from the community board.
But they okayed those hours, you're saying?
they did, and they actually seemed like they were excited about the sports bar that I was planning, so. But it would be Monday through Thursday, 2 to 3, and then last call would be at 12 to 3, I'm sorry. Friday, Saturdays until 4, and Sundays until 1, last call an hour before the closing.
And you're going to serve food right up till that?
Up to that, yes.
And what are the 6 employees?
Well, depending on how it goes in the beginning. I planned on having Monday through Thursday, I would have a security guard in place, and on the weekends, I would have two. There'll be a manager all times. And then in the
So
beginning.
you are going to have a manager?
Yes.
Besides yourself?
Yes.
Because that's the one concern I have.
Yes.
Okay.
I plan on having one bartender and two waiters on the weekdays, and then two bartenders and three waiters on the weekends. So it's a small place. It cuts the capacity down to 70 during the week and 67 on the weekends.
Any plans for security?
Yes, we have security in place. I have a company already. I submitted that information as well.
Okay.
And the music is just going to be recorded music and a jukebox, no
Yeah.
DJs, no live music?
None of that. Our main focus is sporting events. We want it's really just a sports bar. It's not focused on music.
And you don't want to open for the soccer games?
I mean, I would love to open for the.
Well, you can be open at 10. You're telling us 12. Whatever you tell us is what you're going to live with.
Oh.
Actually, you can open during the week. At what time? 8?
8.
Yeah.
If that's possible, I would.
Well, I mean, many
appreciate that. Because I
place-
know a lot of them, just the last week, we had 2 of them start at 8 in the morning and another 2 start at 9.
Well, it's up to you. I'm just pointing out, if you're a sports bar, many of these sports bars are showing the European soccer leagues. So it's better you sign up for, well, here's the deal. I won't tell you when you can open. I'll just tell you when you can close. How about that?
Thank you.
And then you can open whatever's legal. All right, so I'll vote to approve. She has to have a manager with experience. No DJs, no live music, no use of promoters. And the hours can be what she gave to the community board. As far as closing, she can open anytime the law allows. We don't have anything from the community board except what she submitted to them, so I'm going on that.
Ditto.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, you're welcome. Good luck.
Next item is 1300, Girls Rock Bar and Grill, Inc.
Girls Rock Bar.
You know.
Once again, good afternoon, members of the authority.
Hi.
I'm not
You
sure.
wait around all day?
Yes. The last one wasn't mine, so.
Oh, you were just filling in for somebody.
Well, no, I was oppositions, so I didn't know if I could call that case afterwards.
Did you guys go before the community board?
We
It
did.
doesn't appear.
We did. So I'll explain that. I knew that was the issue here. I was late coming from Manhattan to Brooklyn that day. She was there, but she didn't feel comfortable going in front of the community board. When I did arrive there, they had already voted on the matter. I asked, the members of the community board said that I could just get up and start speaking to the community board members.
Yeah.
One member in particular got up and she was hostile. And she said, no, we already voted on it, so that's the end of it. I didn't think it was proper to stand there and argue with her, so I left it alone. After the meeting, I'd spoken to one of the members prior, that day before, so he knew I was coming. I sat down with him, my client and I sat down with him, and that same member who was very hostile. What it turned out to be was that they had assumptions about who she was. They thought that she was connected to someone else on the block that was giving them some issues. When they understood that that was not her, everything else went away. They thought that the name, she was opening a bar, that's just a name from a corporation that she was trying to use at a different location. We just use the same corporation. So there were a number of misunderstandings as to
So
what.
who did they think she was? From the salon?
No, there's on that same block that she's trying to open up at, there's another person on the corner. I think a catering establishment.
Oh, okay.
And they've had numerous problems with them, and I think they lost their license, so they thought she was coming in as a front for them.
And is she?
No, we don't even know them. She doesn't know them at all. So I spoke to them that day afterwards. I spoke to them about issuing a letter, clarifying it. They didn't want to do it. They said that we could come back, but it was around the holiday season, so it would take about 2 months. So they said just apply and explain the situation. And now I'm explaining the situation.
So, and they talk about, this is the one thing, it's somewhat confusing, because they talk about, this isn't a location that's never been licensed before, correct, Jackie? To my knowledge?
I did look this one up. No,
And
I
the
didn't,
talk-
I didn't find anything.
And they're talking about the location has a long history of neighborhood complaints, rowdiness, limitless hours of operation, loud music, all of which were well documented by the neighbor and civic complaints?
Right.
There's never been a license here.
Never.
They're just talking about the other licenses in the area, but they don't
Right.
identify them. They're a little difficult to find.
That's someone else, and we clarified that, so.
I think the reference 5020 Avenue N, is that the catering place that you're saying they thought you were
Yes.
connected to?
Can we
So
close
we're
that?
50, we're 5012.
Did you get anything in writing from the community board to clear up?
I asked, and they said they wouldn't do it. Or at least the clerk couldn't connect me with the president to get it done. They would have to have the meeting again. They just said apply.
Well, I mean, and you know, they're not, I'm not saying they should have been here, but this isn't a 500-foot case, so we need good cause to deny it, and their blanket denial of an approval isn't really good cause. I mean, I need facts.
I would agree.
And they didn't really give us any.
They did provide a follow-up.
I see that, yeah.
Clarifying the location, that there was a mix-up,
okay.
implying to me that there was a
you.
misunderstanding, but they still don't.
Okay. Oh, I wish I knew that. They said they weren't going to send that in.
Well, no, it's not. I mean, all they're basically saying is what we're referring to is 5020 Avenue N.
Okay.
But that's really something that we should be dealing with directly, not through denying somebody a license.
My concerns are with Ms. Clark. You have no work experience in such a business, right? So.
Actually, Larry Fowler cleared that up. It didn't make sense to him either, Jackie.
Yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
It's all right. Am I missing something? I don't see it on here. Your experience.
Oh, so she just said over 10 years ago. That's why it didn't show up on her personal questionnaire. It's over about 10 years ago, she did have another restaurant, and so that's why she wants to re-enter the space.
What was the name of that? Did you have a liquor license?
No, just a restaurant, Smooth Taste Restaurant and Juice Bar.
Okay.
And how long did you run that?
From 2006 to 2008.
Okay. How many employees were there? Do you remember? Roughly?
Four.
Okay, so it's not a big place.
Are you open now without the liquor?
No, they're still building.
And what are the hours?
So
9 to 10 on Sunday through Wednesday, then 9 to 3 Thursday and Saturday?
Yes.
So you're going to do lunch and dinner?
Lunch and dinner.
9 a.m. till 3 a.m.?
No.
What was it?
So those hours were just to give a window. She may do breakfast as well.
Okay.
And then do lunch.
But how late
Because
are you staying open? That's what I want to be clear.
Okay. Like 2 to 3 a.m.
1 second. So 2 to 3 a.m. 2 to 3 a.m. is usual. There's two other restaurants. Well, one restaurant that has two locations in that area that opens. Footprints Cafe. They open till 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So for her to compete in that area, she has to be open at that point in time. It's a Jamaican restaurant. They're Jamaican as well.
All right. You understand you have to have food at all hours, correct?
Yes.
What are you doing with the nail salon? Is that going to remain open? You're going to run both of them?
I'm going to have a manager.
She currently has a manager.
Where, at the restaurant or the nail salon?
Nail salon. She currently has a manager there.
So you're not having a manager at the restaurant?
Probably not, because I know I could manage it.
See, I question whether you can. That's my concern. I think that's his concern too, at least initially.
Right.
Well, I can.
I mean, it's not that you can't manage a restaurant without alcohol, but a restaurant with alcohol is a little different.
So I'll have a manager there too.
And what are the private events you're talking about? You said you want to have 2 or 3 a year.
Well, I just asked her to see. She doesn't have a plan necessarily, but I didn't want her to be, I wanted her to be in compliance with the license if she did have a private event.
And is she planning on security, no security?
No, it's strictly a restaurant, so she really doesn't plan to
And what's the
eat.
music? Just background music?
Background music.
What's the capacity?
I think it's 75. The CFO does say 400, but that's because the building was used, I think. Yeah.
Well, you're going to need more than one. You got one employee down here. You're going to have you and a chef. You're going to serve 74 people with one employee?
I'm going to have more, of course.
You need to think this through a little bit more and give us some numbers of what you need, because that's definitely not going to, you're destined for failure if it's just you and and a chef.
No, I'm going to have more people.
I mean, I don't care how many you have. I'm telling you, you're going to need more than 2.
Yes, I know.
All right.
We can take care of that, and
Yeah, I don't-
efficiency, we'll take care of that.
So, so no DJs, no live music, no dancing, no use of promoters. So only recorded background music. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, go ahead.
Sunday through Wednesday shut at 11 p.m., which means you can shut earlier if you want to. And then Thursday through Saturday, 2 a.m.
I also want to require you to have a manager.
Okay.
I think you really need one. And if you find that after a while that you don't need one and you can handle it yourself, you can always come back to us for a change in operation, okay?
Okay.
But I want to make sure you get off on the right foot here.
Okay, thank
All right?
you.
All right.
Good luck. Thank you.
Next item is 1263, El Tunnel Restaurant and Tapas Bar, Inc.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Can you put your name on the record?
Virginia Colon, I'm his cousin. I'm here for basically support and some translation regarding his language.
And you are
Jose
Gutierrez.
Gutierrez.
Why did you not go to the community board to meet with them? They're saying that they wanted to talk to you and you refused to come.
Nosotros no recibimos la carta.
They weren't aware of it?
This is back in 2017. It's a year ago.
No recibimos
July
la carta.
2017.
2017, no. He said that they didn't receive the letter or anything on that.
They're saying they requested you to go see the precinct or them back in June or July of last year, and they never heard from you.
1 second.
And your application indicates you're going to be a tavern, and then in another area it indicates you're going to be a restaurant. So what are you going to be?
Tapas bar? Tapas
A tapas bar?
Tapas bar.
What are the hours?
¿Cuál es la hora?
De 11 a 4.
11 to 4?
11 in the morning?
Yes. So try to get lunch in there.
Till 4 a.m.?
And what's the music?
La música.
Como DJ karaoke.
DJ karaoke music.
DJs?
A ver, DJ.
Para karaoke.
For karaoke purposes.
You have karaoke rooms? Do you have karaoke rooms, or that the music is just for?
No, I don't see any
Following here.
rooms.
You know,
I can do jukebox as well, that's fine.
I would like to, it would clear my conscience here if you had something that you've met with the community board. I mean, you said you didn't know about it before, so
What was the date on that, if you don't mind me
it's
asking?
July 14, 2017. It said they objected to the license because you wouldn't meet with them.
Okay, one
That-
second.
So,
Julio 14 del año pasado, ¿ustedes tienen el list para ese sitio ya?
Sí, él dice.
Ya, julio 14, porque dicen que llamaron y que la persona que habló dijo que no quería ir, pero seguro que sean ustedes y no la
No,
tengan antes.
quizás fue otra aplicación que nosotros sometimos, que era pues, la otra aplicación. Nosotros no cambiamos de contable, porque el otro nomás puso la licencia del vino y cerveza y nosotros no queríamos eso. Yo no quiero eso, era la completa.
Okay, I'm sorry. He's relating to me that first they had a first account that submitted a first application, but it was done incorrectly. So maybe that's where that misunderstanding came at, but he wasn't aware of the
He
community
had
board.
submitted it to us? Because we don't have another one, did we, Jackie?
Just that one?
No, you know, the dates are not right, because you notice the community board in August, but they sent a letter to us in July, prior to you sending it to them. So
Say
now
that
maybe,
again?
we show that the community board was notified on August of 2017, but the community board's letter to us is dated a month earlier.
exactly.
So is this their second notification with them?
So maybe he applied to them twice and didn't apply to us the first time? Is that possible?
El contable le aplicó lo más seguro a ellos la primera vez y después a ellos la segunda vez.
El contable primero, que él aplicó, parece, para licenciar nada más de vino y cerveza.
Okay.
Yo le dije que la quería full. Entonces yo fui donde otro contable fue y apliqué por la completa.
Okay, the first accountant applied only for wines and beer, but then he told him no, he wants to apply for the full alcohol, and they resubmitted. So maybe that's where I'm thinking the confusion's at.
But not to us, they must have resubmitted to them. It never came to us. This one came to us, obviously, but it never got to us the first time.
So that was probably
But
happened. All right.
either way, he has never been to talk with them.
No, he hasn't.
So
No.
it sounds like he needs you to do that.
Yeah, I'm willing to hold this over to our next meeting, which I think
Oh,
is
no, he won't get it done in 2 weeks.
How about the first meeting, the second meeting in July? What's that, the
Is
20?
that realistic?
That realistic?
Jackie?
Huh?
Is that realistic?
I do not know. We can
Second,
we can
the next-
try.
next
But
meeting
one
is,
thing we also ask is for amended diagrams. These really are not good diagrams. You indicate you have a full kitchen, there's no kitchen on your diagram. And I couldn't even see it in the photos.
So it would be 2
should we
weeks after
submit
the
that?
11th.
7:25.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll
We're
get
going
you-
to
I'll get
hold
you
this over until July 25th, okay? That's about a month.
That'll work.
So get in touch with the community board right away and get the clock ticking.
And if you can't speak with the community board, because sometimes they shut down in the summer, then at least at a minimum, go to the local precinct and meet with their nightlife guy or whoever's in there.
Okay.
And just go over what you're planning on doing, and as long as they don't have an objection, it shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, that'll work.
All right, thanks.
Okay?
All right, the next item is 1302, DP Hospitality Group LLC.
$13.02.
1302.
How'd this end up here? Because it was a revoke?
Still pulling out of the pack.
Yes.
That's how it ended
One
up
of the,
here?
yes,
one of the
was
principals had
previously
a
revoked.
license revoked about 11 years ago.
Which one?
Since then, he's been running IHOPs that don't have any alcohol, and he was not an operating
They
principal.
just changed the name of IHOP, didn't they?
That would be Robert
IHOBs
Cummings,
now.
correct?
Say that again?
Robert Cummings.
Robert
That
Cummings,
was the
yes.
one who was
So-
revoked.
Was the prior, and was it revoked or was it canceled? Because I got inconsistent stuff in here. Do you know?
I believe it was canceled because we closed and we handed it in.
Okay.
So this was 11 years ago. Robert was not the operating partner. He was an investor, so he wasn't involved in the day-to-day. As I've said, since then, he owns and operates a number of IHOPs that don't have liquor licenses. The application before you is a a transfer of an on-premise liquor license, taking over a Denny's on Nassau Street near Pace University that had been there with a full liquor license previously. Hours of operation till midnight during the week, 1 on the weekends. This application went before the local community board, Manhattan Community Board 1, and was approved either unanimously or very close thereto. Restaurant concept, full service, not late hours.
And what are you mentioned 10 to 20 private events. What are we talking about?
Could be.
Are they promoted events or?
No, corporate events, parties, things like that.
And you're going to run the place?
Yes.
And you are Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, well, it seems like you guys worked all this. Say that again?
The license was canceled twice and then ultimately revoked on different, I don't think he has the full extensive history listed here.
What do you mean?
And-
So we canceled, then it was canceled for the record and something didn't get paid and it got revoked?
No, let me just hang on. On 2 proceedings at the same board meeting, members voted to cancel, so they weren't combined, so 2 cancellation orders. And then in September of 2010, for 3 of the charges that were sustained, the members voted to revoke.
Okay. So I'm assuming the community board's aware of all that as well?
I don't know. I don't think that ever came up.
All right.
So, Mr. Thomas, you're not going to be active in it? You're just a silent partner?
I'm gonna be active in it.
But it says Mr. Dave Thomas will not be active.
I mean, I will fit in as need be, but I'm an investor in it.
All right. I'm sure Mr. Cummins will find something for you to do.
Absolutely.
All right, I mean, it seems like you guys worked everything out with the community board, so their stipulations are going to be part of the license, the stipulations that you agreed to, with the hours that you agreed to, and did you agree to, let me see, was there security in their stipulations or no?
They did not ask for security in the stipulations.
Or you, well, he doesn't look like he needs security.
I mean, this is.
All right, whatever, they clearly know what they're doing in Nassau Street, so they're part of the license, so I'll approve with those stipulations.
Same here. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
The next item is 1336, 159 Huntington Holdings, Inc. Hey, do you want to take that half-hour break now? No. What? I'm kidding. 1336. Or should we wait till after when Mr. Pillola comes up?
He's got to get back to the beach. We don't want to hold him up.
Good afternoon. I believe this was a default. and
Yes, it was.
I'm here to ask for the default to be reopened. I've represented them since the beginning. They've always answered it. They have multiple locations. I've always answered those pleadings. I did try and call counsel's office. I didn't know that Mr. Rihanna was out.
I've been emailing you, Mr. Flynn.
You
know
have, and I've been on the
haven't
run for 2
responded to
days.
my emails, but
I have 2 offers coming to you tomorrow. You'll be very
All right.
happy.
We don't have any information what happened here, do we, Margarita? It just says he failed to respond.
Yeah.
Do we even know if it was delivered?
yeah, unfortunately, I don't have access to compliance. I'm sure there's something scanned in there. The USPS.
I'll take a look.
I did call him directly, the owner, who said that he did not get anything. I've known him to be nothing but diligent when he gets anything of any kind from any government agency.
What's they were returned as undelivered?
One is attempted, not known. Sound looks to the
Unable
residential.
to forward, yeah, undelivered, unable to forward.
Okay. I'll send it back then. That first charge is rough.
That's why I want to absolutely have a chance to find out what the bill of particulars is and everything.
And that last one, a live band, God forbid.
Send it back to council.
Thank you very much.
And for the record, I was at the beach too. Can you see? I got a tan and nobody noticed. What's that all about?
Have a very nice 4th of July holiday.
See you.
Next item's 1320, 3758 East Tremont Rest Corp.
Did we hear from them, Marguerite?
Not yet. No, he didn't reach out to me.
You covering for Mr. Bruno, Mr. Joffrey, rather?
Good afternoon.
Speaking of being at the
My
beach,
name is Frank Palillo. I am taking over this matter.
you're taking it over or you're stepping in?
Put as delicately as I could, I'm taking over this matter. Certainly isn't the way I would have handled this case. I have just been retained. I need to familiarize myself. I'm asking that we put this matter off for 2 weeks. I don't know how we got here, in all honesty.
Well,
I can't understand it.
I know, but I'm assuming he got this stuff before you were retained, so you might as well take this, because this is probably going to save them. Because I think you know where this was headed prior to this.
What you asked for, that we're still working.
Well, no, I got personal calls from many of those people wanting that place to shut.
I watched the video last time.
The only one we have not heard from is the PD, which we had a phone call in today, and they haven't gotten back to us, so if you can go to them, then I'll put it
I need
over.
the opportunity to assess this thing and figure out which way it's
All
going.
right, so what do you want?
Just 2 weeks.
They already did no contest, we're not taking that back.
I heard about that, and I'm there. A month? Yeah. What's the meeting after the 11th, the
25th.
Can we do it 25th?
Yes,
That'd make the most sense, because it's a short week next week.
okay,
Thank you.
good luck.
Wait for me.
Next item, 1295, Cocktail Art LLC.
Is it an offer in compromise?
I'm sorry, what was the number again?
1295.
Is there anything pending here? Oh, you don't have enforcement open. Tom, can you check to see if anything's pending?
Yep.
Do you want me to step aside and do something else?
No.
Okay.
Whoops.
It appears there is.
Oh, God, no.
Nope, payment 102402. This is it.
This is it? All right, I'll accept.
For the record, the corporate change application was filed
Okay.
last week or 2 weeks ago.
Yes, sir, yes.
It's
Next item, 1298
Have a good holiday, guys. I'll be at the beach. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Maria Restaurant Food Corp.
Good morning, good afternoon, members of the authority.
Good afternoon.
Marsico. Aurelia Tavares for the applicant, Maria Restaurant Corp. in Jamaica, Queens.
Didn't she already apply here and it got denied?
She got denied because we couldn't get, the landlord's 91 years old, and he couldn't get it together, so the members of the authority requested that he give her a new lease rather than all those assignments of an assignment of an assignment, but he was very difficult to reach. So when we finally reached him, it was too late, so we reapplied.
No, well, that wasn't the only issue, though. I have the decision here. Didn't she indicate that she was the owner, manager, president at the proposed rent premises from March 13th to present?
No.
Meaning that she was the owner of the premises the entire time for the period that we canceled the license?
No, that's an error, that she was never the owner. She, as a matter of fact,
Her application apparently stated she was.
it was corrected. It's a mistake. No, it was a clerical error. It wasn't her fault. And as you know, this restaurant, the license was canceled for the previous owner. The landlord gave her an assignment of lease. That caused all those issues, and then he has given her a new lease in her name.
The problem isn't the lease. The problem is what you call a clerical error, I call a lie.
No, it was my mistake. It was not her mistake.
Well,
And
I'm assuming when you're filling these out, you're asking the person what the answer to the question is.
I have an assistant, he put the wrong date. That is not her fault. It should be no reflection on the applicant.
So what, you're telling me she didn't own it, she didn't tell whoever was filling out the application that she owned this place prior to having it coming for the license?
He filled out the application, and I didn't look at the dates, and it was a clerical error, had nothing to do with her. As a matter of fact, she still worked at that time. She does cleaning for restaurants and bars and apartments and complexes. So she was working at the time. There's no way she could have owned the restaurant, and it's impossible. Plus, she won lotto, and this is her retirement thing. So she took the money and put it into this restaurant. So there's no attempt at, lying here or anything. This is her livelihood.
Does she have any connection with Franklin Rodriguez?
No.
What the heck is going on here? The police do a routine business inspection on May 20th, 2017. It's not licensed, but there's alcohol in there.
She wasn't there, Chairman Bradley.
But she owned it.
No, she was not there.
When was the last application?
Dicen que hicieron una visita rutina de que estaba vendiendo alcohol. ¿Tú no estabas ahí? No. And she said
somebody correct me if I'm wrong here. She filed the application on June 5th, 2017, which means she owned it. If you're filing an application, you own the restaurant. The police visited the restaurant on May 20th, 2017, which means she owned it.
Not on May 20th.
And they visited again.
She filed her application on June 5th. She did not own it on May 20th.
And they visited again June 17th, 2017.
But she was never issued a ticket. There was no alcohol on the premises. Chairman Bradley, there's a mistake there.
Why do every time you have an application that comes in front of me, we have mistakes?
First.
Does she know Franklin Rodriguez?
No.
Does she know Raquel Ferez?
¿Tú conoces a Raquel Ferez?
No.
Where does she live?
La dirección suya es
123 Lynch Street, Brooklyn, New York.
So both of these people are in her restaurant when she owns it, and she doesn't know any of them.
She didn't own it until June, and
They were in
came
there June 17th. We had your application June 5th.
She has not sold alcohol. She's never had alcohol, and when she was
That's not the question I asked you.
and she was never given a ticket. So if it was her as the owner, they should have given her a ticket. Additionally, she found out about this location because the superintendent of the Trump buildings is her ex-husband. So we don't know these people.
There's no way. I mean, you're going to have to, I don't think you can straighten this out. But the documents we have indicate that she had ownership of this business in June of 2016. Am I reading this incorrectly down the line?
No, it sounds that way. I mean, that's.
All of this went on in May and June of 2017. We got the application in June, the first week of 2017. The police made a second visit on June 17th, seized all the alcohol on the premises, 260 sealed and open liquor bottles, beer and wine were vouchered for arrest evidence. Franklin Rodriguez was arrested in her restaurant on that date.
This is what I would ask. I can meet with the precinct. There's a mistake there. I don't even know how that happened. I can meet with the precinct and get an explanation. I'd like this to be held off.
See, that the explanation is that the hole is getting really deep. She's already denied that she knows these people. I find it almost impossible to believe that she doesn't know these people.
Dice que lo encuentra increíble que tú no conozcas a gente.
Yo vivo acá. Antes yo vivía ahí, pero yo no conozco a esa persona.
That she doesn't know those people.
And where was she when she owned the restaurant on June 17, 2017? She already filed the application, so she was there.
¿Dónde estaba tú junio 17?
En junio 17 estaba en Canadá y de viaje.
She was actually in Canada. She can show you she was on vacation. She has the proof. She even has pictures for you.
So why were people in her restaurant if she's not even here?
El list dice que tú estabas en el restaurante.
Was the restaurant open?
El restaurante estaba abierto en junio 17. Dice, pero digo yo, el restaurante estaba abierto junio 17.
No, creo, no.
Y dice que hicieron un chequeo rutino. Un chequeo rutino. She said she still wasn't operating that restaurant. She had possession of the lease, but she still wasn't operating that restaurant.
Well, there were people in it.
Dice que había gente allá adentro. She says she's just starting. And I would add that this is a legitimate restaurant.
I'm sure at some point I'm sure there's a building there, and at some point there's a kitchen and there's chairs. I question whether she's a legitimate restaurateur.
Dice que pregunta que si tú eres un restaurante.
There's something going on here, and I don't know what it is. But it's so convoluted at this point, I don't even think you could undo it, because none of this is going to be explainable to me. But you can try, but this is getting denied.
Se la están negando.
She has no licensing history. We have people drinking in the building while she's in Canada, from what she's telling you.
With the forged licenses, possibilities.
And then, and by the way, while there's drinking going on in the restaurant she owns, while she's in Canada, there are forged license certificates from another place that don't even belong here.
I'm unaware of any of this. When I asked for, I didn't even ask for a bill of particulars.
How can you be unaware of it? It's we wrote it all up in the last time it was denied. It's in a decision.
Because it was not her. You're attributing things from another licensee to her, and that's what I feel this confusion is. It wasn't her.
But she owned the place then.
Chairman Bradley, I've had so many problems with this landlord. It could just be a disastrous drafting of that lease. Like seriously, I've had so many problems. We couldn't even find him. He's 91 years old. Between the hospital visits and grabbing him to sign anything, and then he wanted to get paid. I mean, it was just insane to get anything out of this landlord. So I just think that there's a mix-up here on the lease dates, I'll be honest with you, I don't know anything of all that extra stuff because it has nothing to do with her.
I don't know. What do you want to do with it?
I don't know. At least the community board has no objection, but I don't know. I have to deny this. There's no way I can approve this. There's just so
Well, can I ask that this be put off until we get clarity?
No, because then what you're leaving us with, the only thing you're going to come in and try to do is verbally give me clarity, and then we're left with this in a file, and it makes no sense. Right now, this thing is so convoluted that if someone ever tried to unwind it 2 years from now, it took me just an hour to do it myself now.
I'll be
So
honest,
no, this has to be denied. I mean, I suggest you get everything. If we're wrong, which I don't think we are, then you better get some paperwork clarifying exactly who owned this when.
Te la negaron. Porque te la negaron porque quieren claridad en quién era dueño de cuándo y todo
Yeah,
eso.
sorry, but this is a mess.
Dice que es un desastre.
The next items, 1342, 1343, 1847 International Social Club, LLC.
Good afternoon, Neil Vasaki for the licensee. I have a letter, first of all, from the licensee. He couldn't make it here today due to his job, so I encouraged him to come here, so at least we could speak to him directly. I sent up also a memo on Friday. I don't know if it was received.
Dave got it.
Okay.
So my only question is
Yeah.
this stuff fixed? The visibility?
Yeah, a couple of things I just want to talk about. So I went there yesterday because I had to do a visit to another place where they'll be licensing, which happened to be a block or two away, thankfully. So I went in the place, I looked around, he wasn't there, there was two workers in the place. The front door has some, what's it called? Some areas you can look in, some areas you can't, but, so I told him to fix that. What I want to bring to your attention is that the three windows adjacent to it, he actually had replaced 2 years ago, and they're visible. You can't look through the three storefront windows. So that was like a big thing, and I know the other big thing was, he also said that he's there basically every night with a manager, because when I spoke with Ms. Marsico, I know one of the charges was failure to supervise, but he told me point blank, he's literally there every single night, he himself and a manager. So I wanted to just put that on the record. And the other thing was, failed to conform to the license. He does in fact have a food prep area. I saw it. He had a refrigerator, he had a microwave, he had a big sink. So he does have a food prep area. I think maybe he has, apparently the food is doing so well there, so that I think they get hot trays, and they set up a couple of hot trays for the people, because I hear from.
Well, I think the failure to conform to the application was the DJ.
Well, the DJ, he told me.
No, I'm sorry, the dancing. There were people dancing.
Well, that very well may be true, but I told him from, when he got the license, obviously, no dancing, you don't have a cabaret, so
Well, you don't need one anymore, but you do need us to tell you can.
Yeah, so I'm not, so the dancing, certainly, I would imagine was happening.
Because on your application, you put no on the dancing part.
Right,
So
yeah, absolutely.
So if he wants that to happen, he needs to come in and change it.
Yeah, so.
All right, I'll accept the fine.
Accept.
Thank you, have a nice day.
Next item, 1256, New Pilotus Lounge Corp.
Good
Hello.
afternoon, members. I don't want to be reprimanded.
So I'm going to sustain 1, dismiss 2, sustain 3, sustain 4, withdraw council's office request 5, 6, 7, and 8.
He just has one issue with one of them, which is the hookah, the one with the violations of the Clean Air Act. Hookah is not illegal. It will be enforced in October. The officer never saw anyone smoking cigarettes, and he confused hookah smoke with cigarette. He never used any type of calibrated device, calibrated or otherwise, to sense smoke. He just
What are you referring to when you say it's not illegal? Because I don't.
Hookah's not illegal at this time.
Based on what?
City Council just passed a bill that will be enforced, that you have to have a cabaret, a hookah permit in October. Anybody without an operating hookah, without a hookah permit, will be fined. At this point, there's no regulation for hookah until October. The officer looked through the window. I don't think a mere observation through the window is enough to sustain a charge of the Clean Air Act. He never saw any, he never even claimed to see anybody smoking. He never saw packs of cigarettes. He never saw ashtrays. He only saw a hookah and smoke in the.
I haven't seen anything that says, I agree with DLJ, I have not seen, just because they decided to regulate it now, I haven't seen anything that says it's.
I don't often agree with Mr. Ferris.
Yes, never, he never
It
does.
isn't part of the Clean Air Act?
My understanding, because there are hookah bars, we've licensed them. It is not, to the best of my knowledge, it is not something that's covered by the Clean Indoor Air Act.
Okay.
And we're about to do a lawsuit to stay it for a couple of months, but that's neither here nor there.
So if we dismiss that one, then we're just talking about books and records. 2 charges.
No, va a tener el cargo de los libros y récords que tú tienes, y el otro es el. And the other charge, Commissioner Ford?
The 3 and 4, if we dismiss the smoking, charge one, and we just do 3 and 4, it just has to do with books and records, retail and premises. And one was in February of 2017, and then 3 months later, the same thing again.
So dice
It's like-
que febrero de 2017.
All right, I'll dismiss the hookah,
Va a votar la juca. El ticket de la juca.
but because, for whatever reason, you don't seem to get the message that when we come in and violate you for not having, or ask for your books and records, you don't have them in February, and then we come back in May and they're still not there, it doesn't really bode well.
Pero como que a ti no se te está pegando te están diciendo, viene en febrero y te dice te están violaciones para Books and Records y después voy a coger la violación otra vez y no está organizando tus récords, so, te están mandando un mensaje.
So,
I was going to say 1,000.
no, I'm at 5.
Chairman Bradley,
Because of the past history and the fact that he just repeated the same violation twice in 3 months.
but Books and Records is 1,500.
It is if you don't have a past history. He's got history, disorderly premises, failure to conform to application, sale to minor. He already had his low fines.
Well, actually, he came here a couple of months ago with the owner, which is his wife, Eloisa, and you were going to give him a $15,000 fine until you saw that all of the charges were dismissed.
So he's
They've
getting
been
5.
Five is, Chairman Bradley, with all due respect, it's high. And usually, Books and Records, sometimes you give Books
But
and
see,
Records
it
a
is
letter of
high.
warning.
Here, it is high, and you know why it's high? Because someone went in and asked for the books and records in February. And what did he do?
He started working on the book.
He did nothing.
Well, also,
They came back 3 months later, and he asked again, and they still weren't there. That's why he's getting a $5,000 fine along with the past history.
well, I just wanted to make one more comment.
You know what I had written down, so you probably should stop the comments? I had 9,000.
Well,
So I cut it in half, or almost, so that's where we're at.
Well, this was my other issue, if I may. The officer asked a bartender who doesn't speak English, and that was, I know the duty is not to ask anybody in the language of their native language. However, you're asking an Indian to find a document from a chief, and those documents were in the bag. Had they waited a moment till the owner got there, they would have had the books and records because we have corrected.
Or we probably could have, maybe my guys should sit down and wait 3 hours until the owner gets there from wherever they are. We could do that for every bar. They could sit there for 4 hours and say, oh, the owner will be here tomorrow. Maybe he can get the books and records for you. We're inspecting it when we walk in. They're supposed to be there.
Yeah, in the manual, it does not say it has to be behind the bar.
Then we'll change the manual.
But it has to be available for inspection.
But where?
And
It's
it
available
wasn't.
for inspection in the office of the owner.
Did you?
They weren't available.
Okay, I just said, I just thought the fine was a little high for a small business.
It is high.
And
There's
I
no
think we got
question,
the
and
message today.
maybe the message should be that I don't want to pay these anymore, so I'm going to put my books and records where they're supposed to be, and not serve to minors, and not have disorderly premises. That's why they're high. I don't want to do it. I'd rather I never saw the guy again. But
Can we go 3,500?
No, 5,000.
La lección.
Next item, 1299, El San Juan City Island on Fifth Avenue LLC.
is this a carve-out?
Sorry? Come here.
No, I'm asking you. How are they getting this with 3 churches right nearby?
It's one Assembly Bill 6695.
Is this a carve-out for this location?
There's a note in the memo.
Legislator back.
We submitted a letter from the deacon of the nearby church.
Yeah, the deacon is in support. The community board is in support.
Oh, I mean, the deacon is irrelevant. It's, if you have the carve-out, you have the carve-out. We have no discretion in these cases unless it's a carve-out.
Right.
Where are the other 3 partners?
They're my daughters and my son-in-law, and they're in California right now, preparing to come down.
So who's going to run the place, you?
I am gonna run it.
I have
Why do you need?
35 years experience.
Why do you need all this music for a restaurant? You have a,
Well, let me explain, Mr. Chairman. The restaurant is more of a cultural restaurant, has Latino fusion food, and it also has a concentration on City Island food. In other words, I'm a big fan of City Island. There are a lot of people in East Harlem who are fans of City Island. So I'm bringing City Island food, and quintessentially is a restaurant. That's what we want to do there. I'm bringing City Island food to El San Juan in East Harlem. And we're going to be specialized in fried shrimp.
but what we were talking about was music. So you can bring all the food you want into a restaurant, that's a great idea. My question is, why do you need all the music? You have DJs, you have karaoke, that's not restaurant.
Because it's
People go to restaurants to sing karaoke?
At times they do. And that's it's a Latino area, Puerto Rican, and we want to have people listen to music from the old country.
I'm not saying no music, but a DJ doesn't indicate to me that that's a real restaurant.
They specialize in songs from the past for cultural.
But once again, why does a DJ need to do that? Why can't you just have recorded music?
We can do that, sure. We can do that.
DJ. And your hours are going to be 11 to 12 a.m. daily?
Yes, Commissioner, yes.
So are your kids and brother-in-law going to be active in this place, or?
They will, not necessarily, no.
Surprised what
I'll
else
be
did they send with
active.
this?
They're just shareholders. They're my kids. They're, I have two.
So they're not moving here, they're,
What's that?
are they moving back here?
They're actresses in Hollywood, actually. And so, but they, I wanted to be part of the operation because my daughters often get together with celebrities in New York, so I want people, to come and visit.
Go to Dad's restaurant.
Exactly.
You saw the photos that we submitted, they're very professional looking.
And did you have a license canceled, or was it one of your kids?
No, I did.
Which one was that?
I had one in Yonkers, well, two. There was one in Yonkers. Those were miscalculated investments that I made. I had one in Mount Vernon. I had a young woman, good partner. She had a great job. She was the operator, but she mismanaged it. And so
What's that, the steakhouse?
The steakhouse, yeah. Oh, no, that's in Yonkers. That's on,
So that one got canceled too?
yes. Those were miscalculated investments. I went into an area that I did not know. I attracted, people that were not really, who knew how to comport themselves. And I just, I lost those investments. I just got out.
This is the one we got the letter about today, Jackie?
Yes. From Senator Brian Benjamin?
Yes.
Yeah, we got that
Yeah,
today.
so the reason, and I don't know whether you told the senator this, because he was kind of asking us to move the application along. The reason that this didn't get moved along was because of your cancellations.
You're right, I imagined that, yes.
I mean, when you have to come in front of us, it slows the whole process down.
I understand that, Chuck.
What makes you think this is a better investment?
I grew up 8 blocks from there on 108th Street and Fifth Avenue since infancy. I'm well-known in the community. A lot of friends of mine who grew up with me are still in the community. They're professionals, they have great jobs, and they need a place to congregate, like the one I'm proposing here.
Okay. All right, well, your hours are reasonable. You sure you don't want later hours?
Yes, I would, if I can go till 2 a.m., it would be good.
No, but I'll give you one.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Thank
More
you.
than,
You're going to do lunch, I take it, as well?
Yes.
All right, but, so 11 to 1, no use of promoters, no DJs, no karaoke, recorded music you can have.
No sidewalk cafe? None of that?
There was one before there, so when I apply, of course, I will.
Yeah, well, you have to go through the community board for that, I think,
Yeah.
right? Even a non-500 foot, you have to go through the community board for the sidewalk?
Oh, it's an alteration.
Yeah.
You have to add it, yes.
Yes, okay, so
You don't want that back here, do you?
for what, a sidewalk? No.
No.
Unless unless the community
Like
board.
running out of ink, so we got no promoters, no DJs, what else did you say, I'm sorry?
No
DJ karaoke, no promoters, that's pretty much it.
Those
And
are the
11,
three.
11 to 1,
11 to 1, 7 days.
yes.
Yes.
They said recorded music was okay. What about just live music, period?
Oh, no live music.
Nope.
Thank you.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the last items I've signed in are 13, 27, 28, and 29. Padera Restaurant Corp.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. I'm here for a CNC.
Okay, is this stuff fixed?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, yes.
So he's got licensed security
Yes, he
guards.
does.
And now the cabaret, I'm
Yeah.
sure his application with us says no dancing.
No, there is no dancing. What happened was there was a birthday party, some people were together, got up and started dancing. That's the real reason what
Well,
happened.
they can, but he's just got to come in and change his application.
Okay.
I'm not saying I wouldn't, but it's obviously not legal in New York, so. But if you've already filed with us and said you weren't going to do it, then it becomes illegal. All right, I'll accept 5,000, which is a gift, by the way. But we're trying to clean things up.
Yeah, you've been there close to 30 years, so I'll accept it well.
Thank you. Have a good holiday, everyone.
You too.
Thank you, you too.
Members, could we take just a 5-minute break?
No.
Do the rest.
It's nature
4
calling, that's the
minutes.
only reason. Yes, we can take it.
Two things, okay?
Besides, I gotta fix my hair and makeup.
We're back on. Reading items in order. 1247 has been held over until July 11th. 1248.
Please.
Accept.
Accept.
1249.
Accept.
1249, 4500, yes. Accept.
1250.
Accept.
Accept.
1251.
Accept.
Accept.
1252.
Accept.
Accept.
1253.
Accept.
Accept.
1254.
Sustain 1 and 2, 4,000, only because,
1254.
4. You missed one.
no. I did miss one. Accept. Yeah, accept, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond, yep.
1255 was held over to 7-Eleven. 1257 and 58 held over to 7-Eleven. 1259.
Dismiss 1 and 2.
Dismiss, yes.
1261.
Accept.
Accept.
1262.
Accept.
Accept.
1264.
Did we hear anything from the mayor's office?
We did, it's in there. Deputy Mayor does not support the applicant to be open past 10 PM or 24 hours a day. So it's not a 24-hour place.
You still want to hold them over?
No, I'm gonna go, we'll grant it. So I'll approve. And they have to shut by 10 PM, 7 days a week.
Ditto.
1267.
I'll grant the reconsideration and impose a $500 penalty. Since we already received it.
Yes.
Okay, 1268, they actually showed up, but I was advised by the applicant's husband that she needs a translator, an Arabic translator, and since we didn't have anybody handy, we're gonna hold it over to 7-Eleven.
Okay.
1278,
That's the most translators that we've used, except since I've been here.
there was supposed to be one more for Mr. Tavares.
It's rare. I mean, I'm surprised it's not more common, but
1278,
I think they're finding out that since we pay for it, they're gonna take advantage of it. I don't mean, anyway, 1278.
I accept.
1278 weeks, 2500 accept.
1279.
All right, so
Throwing out two, right?
sustain 1,
I asked Deputy CEO Jones if he had reviewed this because
isn't a sale,
it didn't make any sense to me.
well, I mean, a sale is, in my narcotics world, if you hand somebody drugs, it doesn't matter if you're paid or not.
Delivery is a sale in the
Yeah.
law too, yep.
Well, I'm under,
You're in 1279?
yeah. We got purchase from unauthorized source, and somebody charged keep, consume unauthorized alcohol, which I thought this just should have been sale without a license.
It could have been that.
Either way, she dismissed the one.
They had the license to sell. They could have been charged that as well, but I didn't understand why the second charge was dismissed.
You do or you don't?
I don't understand why it was dismissed. They weren't authorized to have that alcohol.
No, I know, but then that's what was my question was, and at the same time, the officer inspected the premises and he saw the people consuming that alcohol they weren't authorized to
They
have.
could have been charged with that as well.
But I'll leave it the way it is. What is that general fine on that? Is that 1,500?
Authorized source, yeah.
Isn't two, I think.
All right, 2,000, sustain 1, dismiss 2, but put that in your,
I think it's 2,000 if there's no priors.
yeah, but there is a prior here. Oh, all right, so 2,500, but Tom, put that in your training, those two charges, because I think the judge got it wrong, and I think we mischarged it.
Are you okay with that, Commissioner?
Yes, absolutely, yes.
1280.
Accept.
Sale of appropriate license. 1,200 accept.
1281.
Accept.
7,500 accept.
1282.
Withdraw charge 7 at council's request and counter at 10,000.
10,000.
Hear that?
Yes.
Okay. 1283.
Accept.
Accept.
1285.
10,000.
10,000.
1287.
Accept.
7,000 accept.
1288.
Accept.
6,000 accept.
1290.
Dismiss 1 and 2.
Dismissed.
1293.
Counter at 6,500.
6,500.
1294.
Is 500 the right amount for these?
If they,
Or is it 1,000 with history?
I think it's 500.
500, right, for the first? Yeah, 500 for the first one, 1,000 for the second. All right, 500.
500 for 1294, yes.
1297's been held over to 711. 1305.
Dismiss charge 1.
What did you say, 1295?
No, 1305.
1305, I'm sorry, dismiss, yes, that's what I had.
1306.
Accept.
Accept.
1307.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Okay. 1308.
Accept.
Accept.
1309.
Withdraw charge 2, 1,500.
1,500.
1310.
I thought this was really low offer unless there's some justification for
I think there
it.
was a miscommunication with Mr. Buckley and I. He thought I was going to take it off the full board. I thought he was going to take it off the full board. I agree, Chairman. I think this is low.
All right, counter at 6,000.
6,000.
1311.
Accept.
10,000 accept.
1315.
Accept.
3,000 accept.
1316.
Accept.
Default.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, 1,500.
1,500.
1317.
3,500.
3,500.
1321.
Accept.
Bond. Accept.
1322.
I thought this guy was a liar. But I'll accept.
2,000 accept.
1323, 25, and 26.
Accept.
3,000 accept.
1330.
What about 24?
I was saving that for later. 1324.
Accept.
Accept.
1330.
Accept.
1,500 accept, yep.
1331 and 32.
Accept. Bad case.
Accept.
1333 and 34.
Withdraw charge 1, accept. Charge 1 in the first proceeding.
Right.
5,000 accept, yes.
1335.
Accept.
1,000 accept.
1344.
Accept.
Hang on one second here. I don't understand this on charge 4. It says extended or transferred their license to another premises located at 697 Fort Salonga Road, Northport, which is on the former location of the license.
They must have moved the store and were selling out of the old one.
Stuff at the old place
Yeah.
after the license was transferred.
Okay. All right, 1,500 accept.
1347.
Accept.
1347, 750 accept.
1348 and 52.
Accept.
Cancel and bond.
1349.
Accept.
Accept.
1350. We got some inquiries about this, people offering comments, and I told them all, this is solely for you to sign off and having it published and set a hearing at a later date.
How did they already get them?
Well, because this goes on the website as an agenda item, but they misunderstood that we weren't.
Oh, the whole thing goes on the website?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll approve this to go up on the website for public comment. Till what date?
I think there's a hearing scheduled for board date in September 26th.
Till September 20. So what we're accepting,
You're approving the publication of the proposed rules in the state register and setting the hearing date for September 26th.
and the public comment will take in written form up until what date?
It goes like 5 days after the hearing ends, just like all the.
Oh, okay. I approve.
You know, I would love if we could get this in color, when these red lines, is that possible, these kind of things?
We can,
The original is, we'd have to print one out for you, but which we can do.
so what we copy them in mass,
Right.
so we would just have to pull those out and make extra, that, we can do that.
Yeah, just whenever you redline something, I'd appreciate that, thank you.
1351.
I'll accept, but that's another one. Why would you hold that so long?
Okay.
You good with that, Commissioner?
Yes.
Unless it's, unless the referral came in, in March, I get it, but that's a year old already. That's it?
I have no other items signed in.
All right, we're done.